from the underground. Cyber Dragon takes the helm. Dive into the gaming realm. Welcome to Dragoncast. Fire-breathing worms screaming loud. Dragoncast here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. Dragoncast! From Gamergate to Goonergate, tribes spew their hate. Unethical Uranalists face the score. Truth burns with a psychotic roar. Corrupt suits sneer what they despise. Dragoncast will open your eyes. Integrity found in Dragoncast. Raise the colors, beat the drum. The digital revolutions come. No kings of greed shall rule the game. Freedom burns with dragon flame. Worlds clash in endless collision. Gaming news with a fierce precision. Chains won't hold us now. Ownership is worth the fight. Stand together, hold the line. Gaming's news with a dragon bite. This is Dragoncast. Fire-breathing worms screaming loud. Dragoncast here to shake the crowd. Ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. Dragoncast.
And we're live, everybody, and hello. First up, I'm hoping my mic is still good. It's not being all shitty as fuck because I just took care of it. Right before we were ready to go, the little thing that holds my mic in place, my boom arm, snapped. So the mic is just leaning on it. So, yeah. But if I use my headset mic, it would be even worse. But yeah, welcome to Dragoncast, a Friday edition, because, well, I'm not going to be doing Dragoncast and dealing with fireworks in the background. Yeah, that's not going to happen. But yeah, so everyone that's in the chat, you know, people are not used to this. We did mention it last week, and I did put it out earlier today. But if you're in the chat, please, 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 please like the stream, share the stream. Heart the stream, because we're on the Rumbles, the YouTubes, the X's, the Kicks. And well, we have a lot to talk about with PlayStation today, and it's ironic that we've been fighting this battle for decades. The DRM battle. Believe. And we've also been fighting the whole integrity in games battle for about a decade. So it's kind of ironic that tomorrow's July 4th, and 200 years ago we fought the tyranny of a British king, you know, because he said Oreos is actually chocolate covered biscuits, and you know that's why we had to have a revolution. And now it's PlayStation saying you're not going to own your games. So the world fucking flipped. It was glorious. It was glorious. And it's going to be a huge episode. Hopefully not 6 hours like last time, but
7.
Okay, 7. remember, I did tell Hatara, I apologize in advance, and I told her, I was like, to be fair, you did call it when you said 6 hours last time. It was almost 6 hours.
I say those things hoping that I'll be wrong, and instead I'm right, and it's just like, I need to shut up. I need to stop talking.
Well, now you realize a little too late because you just said 7 hours. So if it is 7 hours, it's your fault.
Yep. No regrets.
But speaking of which, Carrots, how you been doing, buddy? You've been like quiet this whole week.
A little quiet. I put a video out at the end of June. A little bit late. It was technically like beginning of July because I spent like the last 4 or 5 hours, last moment, getting everything edited. But yep, I've been busy behind the scenes, people. I've got plans. I got things that I'm gonna do, business wise, that are gonna be associated with the channel. So yeah, that's why I've been busy, not really doing streams, is because like I'm formulating stuff behind the scenes, and I'll talk about it when I'm officially ready to.
Yeah, you'll talk about when you're good and ready, and when you have Hatara's permission, obviously.
No, never. Yes, of course we have.
But no, I'm glad you're doing well, buddy. We actually had a little powwow one night because I think it was Wednesday night because I was trying to work on some notes from all this stuff, doing some fucking retarded ass autistic research, and found a whole lot of stuff that I was like, yeah, we were going to talk about Asha Sharma, but this is more important. I mean,
Asha can wait. Asha's still going to be there by next
show.
Oh,
and but let's say hello to the chat before we get to my thing, because people are just coming in. But we have Sonia. Hello. Hi, boobs. We have this is so bad. My mic is actually covering my mouth, so my camera can't see my lips. So it's like I'm talking with my mouth closed. Hold on. Yeah. Hey, Alan. How you doing? Yeah, I deserve that. And about your video request. As long as Hataru knows and is okay with it being the casting couch edition, I have no problem because I don't want no drama. Does
Sonia have a casting couch?
Oh no! Back when I was a mod, and I would back when Hypno would have HypnoCast, right? This was 2 years ago, and then afterwards he would be on Kick doing his gaming stream, right?
Yeah.
I would try to keep everyone still around because it would be late at night, right? And at 10 o'clock, which is why I stream every day, usually at 10, we would be in Discord, and Sonia would be in there with me as well to help keep everybody in there until Hypno's ready. And sometimes the little subtitles for the VCs, we would change it. So I would often change it to Sonia's casting couch debut. And then you get like 20 people in the VC.
I understand why things like OnlyFans exist. It took time, but you simply need to title boobs and butts implications, and you will get the guys.
Yeah.
We are so fucking predictable, unfortunately.
Yes, we are. Speaking of predictable.
All hail the patron saint of gooning!
And we have Mikey Doucette, who paid me $1 just to give me shit. Also, for $2 real, none of that British pesos or euros or none of that shit. Mikey also says, happy to see Ellen joined you. Yes. Pride Month may be over, but it lives on in our hearts and all that gay shit.
This show brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. I had to think about that one.
And we have Hataru saying dragons. Yes. For me, mods, if you can, at top of listeners on their special announcements, you post that link in the chat. So for me, I had a very interesting weekend.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah. I had clips going out, and one of our new segments, "Shut Up and Take My Money." Apparently, it got. Do you have? Oh, did you show it?
Yep.
Okay. Didn't have to. All right, but basically, long story short, if y'all remember, I showcased the Automaton tweet about the Pip-Boy replica, and well, you could go ahead and highlight the YouTube image. Don't do the video, just the one where I'm going to show everybody here. Yeah, that one. I requested an appeal. I gave them all the research information to let them know it's like I didn't violate anything. I didn't advertise a counterfeit object. I highlighted an article and I told people where that article led to for the store where they could find it, because I didn't know Bethesda had one for themselves.
Neither did I.
Right? Yeah. We just found that out that day. Well, they said that they're not going. They reviewed it and they cannot undo the restriction. Now, I read the terms of service. It was a counterfeit claim, but I read the terms of service, and it didn't do a strike on my channel. Thank God. They said that since it's my first offense, I'm okay. But in 90 days, if I do it again, then I'll get a strike, and I'll have to wait 90 days for it to get removed. And then I have the 3-strike rule after that, right? But I didn't do nothing wrong. All right. And if you press the arrow, right? There's the link, the tweet, the article, and what they said, where you can find it. This is Automaton Japan. And if you go to the next one, that's the website. And it says there, import, manufacturing, and wholesale licensed commercial materials. Licensed, not unlicensed, officially licensed goods, and they're from Japan. So in the chat, there's a status. I would very appreciate Sonia helped out, Karis helped out, but I don't have the reach to get Team YouTube. Comment on it, tweet on it, go to quote tweets, comment on it. I think this is not fair. All right, this is corporate overreach and using AI abusively. I'm just gonna say that. Because I even responded for a manual review. They haven't. I replied to them. It says, because you only get one chance. I still replied, said, I want a manual review, because they did not read it. They did not read the thing. Their AI didn't check anything, and they forget. Sometimes AI can be wrong. And this is one of those sometimes. But other than that, basically, I tried to make some videos. I did have one for Ubisoft Barcelona. So there was that, please don't place that one. Yeah.
Yep.
I found out what got me though, and it was kind of on me, even though I did nothing wrong. The fact that I posted the link, showed the link in the chat for the screen, got me. But yet my podcast is still up. Just putting it out there, YouTube. Fucking faggots. But anyways,
so this is literally just a case of someone was flipping through the shorts and pulled a Leo DiCaprio of just like whoop whoop whoop, and that's what led to where we are.
It could be a hater that was trying to find a way to get my shit taken down, and there was that. It could be someone that legitimately thought this was me doing counterfeit claim. It could be someone that's like anti-woke. It's like, oh, you're doing AAA stuff. I'm going to just cancel this because fuck Bethesda. It could be any number of reasons. That's why I said this is a false flag, because no one did their homework. And the corporations have very good cybersecurity. So even if it was a malicious link, it wouldn't hurt them to check. But that's what's been going on. I did try to make some videos. I was fucking swamped this whole week with real life and not real life stuff. So
it's been a week.
Running a little late, but I think with everything that's happening today, you guys are going to have a nice surprise. But yes, definitely share this stream out. Get people noticing that we're live today, not tomorrow. And with that being said, we're going to start with the Dragon Okay, Dragon Bites, where we give you the bite-sized news where everyone else going, wow, 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 no, wow, wow. I hate this and that. We just say, you know what? We're not going to do an 8-hour stream with that. We're just going to do a Dragon Bites section. But in this case, for today, everyone's talking about Sony, and we want to make sure people don't forget things because people are overlooking some things. So Dragon Bites is dedicated to that and a huge, almost all Dragon Bites section of PlayStation. So, yeah. Starting off, we have the Entertainment Association is facing huge backlash after comments from Senior Vice President Audie Quinn. We consider it a piracy. We have lawsuits regarding private servers. Quinn argued that requiring publishers to support private servers after official servers shut down would create legal and safety concerns. Those servers would be insecure. They would expose consumers to all kinds of illicit content, including child sexual abuse. Did you know how that's funny? They just went right into the child thing.
Yep.
They went right into the child thing, which I don't think we have it in here. But yeah, they're pushing that child age verification thing through. So I got signed by Congress, and it's going for the Senate. So write to your senators, write to your president, because he has the right to veto it and say, fuck you, no. Write to your congressman. But there is that going through, because there's more on that. We want to rush through the Dragon Bites cares. Go for in a statement to PC Gamer.
Yep.
The ESA wrote, private servers infringe on the intellectual property rights of game publishers. Publishers reserve the right to exercise their rights against them. Yeah. And we will show that clip in a second because some people are like, no, I don't believe you. But going to the next one, because we're going to speed through this because we got so much to cover. During the California Senate committee hearing, for people who want to know what that's her right there, Jennifer Gibbons, Protect Our Games Act, the ESA lobbyist Jennifer Gibbons said the community-run Microsoft servers are illegal. Basically the same thing. It's just adding more context. I think I just double posted it, didn't realize it. But the next one is the clip from the hearing. If you can show the video, go ahead. You can do that one. See if you can put the video. That's the actual hearing for the Protect Our Games Act in California that effectively shut it down.
I don't know if you can hear it.
Right here. We're probably not going to hear it, but they can see the what you would call it, CCs. But anyways, I think it just goes around in a loop. Yeah. But anyways, continuing on, the Video Game History Foundation decided to call out the ESA. Video game. We're not going over in the whole article. I just found this out. I saw it on a tweet. Couldn't find the tweet anymore because I was dumb. I was dumb enough not to hit bookmark. But the Video Game History Foundation, and they're my source for the Dragons in Our Games, by the way. So when I talked about like Death Rays or the Arcade Panic and stuff, these are those guys. But they call on the ESA to find a way to legally preserve digital-only games for research, saying that asking museums to download a copy of GTA 6 and hope it will run in 50 years is not a solution.
Yeah. GTA 6 of all things. That's a good example.
Yes, it is. It's the most recent, right? But yes, continuing on, Notch decided to open his big mouth.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so Marcus Notch has spoken out against the ESA for claiming their private servers are illegal, calling it borderline evil. And for people who don't know, he is the person that the phrase if buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing. Because he said that towards pirate software. All right.
So let me get this straight. This lobbyist group, this group of broccoli-filled cunt heads here has decided they know what's best for us, and every game that has been released that has a dedicated server, Abiotic Factor comes to mind, like The developers and the publishers have decided, yes, we're going to allow you to do this thing. This random bunch of fucktards just decided, no, you can't have that because
Well,
we
you got to
think it's bad.
remember, ESA was born from the 1990s Mortal Kombat and Night Trap hearing.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not a government organization. It was the industry's response to all that, saying, okay, we'll make a rating system for adults so that the government doesn't get into control. And that was, everyone praised them. In the beginning, they did do a good job, right? They were a consumer, kind of like we are. We're like a consumer advocacy group, right? Let you know, this is what this game has. This is what this has. But for the last 20 years, I think, I want to say, they've been slowly getting more corporate because, they have incestuous ties with corporations. So it was bound to happen.
Yeah.
They're like the comic book authority, but for games.
So this line here, this is implying that Deep Field, the developers for Abiotic, they're going against their own interest? Is that what they're implying? That doesn't make sense.
Supporting private servers, right? It's just saying they're violating their own IP rights. Now, I can see where she's coming from. What if that private server was a malicious hardware thing, or eventually does become down the road, and people use that against Minecraft to sue Minecraft? But what they're not understanding is they cancel the game. They're not endorsing and saying, here's some places that you could go to, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, they're going to go for the big ones, right? The bigger servers, right? They're not going to go for the small mom and pop, like, let's say, Karis, you make your own server for Abiotic Factor, right? And Abiotic Factor shuts down. They're not going to go to Karis Gaming's server and recommend that when he has 10 people. They're going to go to not just biggest, awesomest Abiotic Factor with over 10 million people plus subscribers in his server. That's where they're going to go to because that gives them that brings more people together for that game. Right.
That still sounds like a ridiculous idea for them to do. They would go for that, absolutely. But it's just like it'd be so blatant that we just want attention. That's all we want. We just want attention. Pay attention to us. We're relevant too. We're the ESA. Suck our dick. No, get out.
Yeah. And no one cares. By the way, mods, could one of y'all who's still wrenched on my Kick account go over there and boot that bot out? Thank you. We got a bot thinking he could help me get bigger. I don't think he understands how this works. But speaking of bots, speaking of people who don't understand how it works and more corporate overreach and tyranny, remember a while back, Discord said they were going to do a thing with age verification, and then they said they're going to. It's not that they didn't say they weren't going to do it. They said they're going to wait until later. Later has arrived. Discord has started rolling out in-code age verification. The system required users to submit government-issued IDs and confirm their age. According to Discord, in-code processes biometric data locally on the user's device using on-base AI and all that other stuff. Basically, they're going to use AI to scan your face to verify you are a human. The thing that they said they're going to do before that people said, except for me, and I don't think you said it, Karis, but a lot of people said, we beat Discord because they didn't read the fine print. Yep. They were looking for a win and not realize this is a corporation. You got to look for the part that they're not making you realize, and they're always going to hide stuff. And yeah, I still have my alts.
I'm going to use this. This is
okay. Yeah.
I'm going to use this to verify my age when that happens. I'm going to try it.
I don't think they realize AI doesn't understand. He's going to see my face. It's like, we need to see your face. This is my face. We need to see your face. I'm a dragon. This is my face. Dragons aren't real. Then who do you think is talking to you, dumbass? I'm going to gaslight them. And I'm going to say, remember, you're an AI. Sometimes you could be wrong. You're wrong.
Yep.
But no, Discord's at it again. Like I said, we're gonna keep our Discord. I've been slowly revamping the Discord just because I knew this was coming. It's been 6 months since they said they're gonna come back in 6 months.
Yep.
But
here we are.
Yeah, here we are. They true to their word, which was surprising. People also don't realize they made this announcement when they went public in the stocks.
Bad timing, yeah.
No, they did that so people wouldn't know.
Oh, that too, probably.
They focused on. They made sure everyone focused on the age verification because they kept their fact they're going public hidden because they didn't want to announce it until it was time. So when it announced, yeah, all the investors knew when it came, so they were able to get buy a lot of the stocks, while everyone else was focused on the age verification, not both. And it's kind of like what that's kind of happening today, and we're going to show you why here in a moment. But before we do, we also got another Steam news. I think you and I were talking about it. Valve has quietly made it more for indie games to appear in popular upcoming chart. According to indie marketing Chris Zawalski, games used to need around 7,000 wish lists to make the list. Now they are about 100K to 120K. But for the smaller devs, they now had the personal calendar. And I think you and I were talking about, I said, because this alone right here, yeah, it sounds bad. It sounds snobbish, but when you go look at the data, gamers for the past few years have been increasingly purchasing indies. So indies are outperforming AAA in sales. There's 5 to 6 different studies on this. So it makes sense that now they're getting treated like AAA. Like if you're a big one, you need to have this many wish lists to make it in the front. But if you're not, that's okay. You're still going to have the personal calendar, which the personal calendar is tailored to your specific taste as a customer. So, yeah, I actually think I know it's going to hurt some devs. I understand, but at the same time, like we've talked about, there's so many of y'all out there. We want to cover you all. We want to support you all. We really do, but we can't. So
I have disagreements on Pirate. This is. If you ever wonder why I mute Pirate Nation on Twitter, it's because they do things like this. Valve did not quietly make it harder. They put it front fucking center in their beta update, and they let everyone take a look at it. Bellular News actually put a video out expanding on the store update and talked about things that were not even discussed during the beta. And there are aspects of it, of the new store or just the new layout, that allow you to see indies more and that make it better for indies. But this statement alone, they're framing as, oh, Valve is smashing out. Yes and no. They're making it more complex. They're refining things so that indies can get their due spotlight.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm annoyed when Pirate Nation does this kind of shit, because people only see the surface level. They don't actually go digging around. Whereas Michael Bell, he actually goes digging around. And so
I kind of treat Pirate Nation like I do Wikipedia. If I need to find a source, right, and I can't find it, Wiki's the only source, I'll go to Wiki, and then I'll use their sources, and that kind of breaks through the wall that I'm having with study. So Pirate Nation, sorry, dude. I understand you're a big source everyone goes to, but I mean, Ice Carriers points out, there's a lot of nuance, and I understand you can't put a lot of nuance out there, but I know this was a tweet you had to open up and expand.
Yeah,
this was an expanded tweet, so you could have put those details. For example, you could have removed quietly. Valve has made it much harder.
There's nothing quiet about it. It was like front fucking news, front page for like 2 weeks. Like, how is it quiet?
Yep. I mean, at least kudos for him pointing out that there's the personal calendar.
Yes.
You know, kudos from on that one, but the quietly part, there's nothing quiet about it. Valve pretty much just said, yeah, indies are getting way too popular. We need to filter out so everybody gets a fair shot. But hello, Valkyria winner. And yes, mods, if you don't mind, keep shilling out my announcement link every so often on the YouTube's Rumbles, Kicks, and stuff like that. I really need that reach. I know it's not hurting me, but I don't like being told accused of something I did, and I don't get to my rights to innocent until proven guilty is violated by a corporation whose AI is too fucking retarded.
Yeah, why this particular video? I went and looked up, there are video after video of people reviewing the product. Is it the official from Bethesda or is it the other one? We really don't fucking know. But yet, this is the one that they slapped down.
And it was because I showcased that link. So I will not be showcasing the links from now on because of shorts. For you guys, I'm sorry. But it will be the chat. And I will, if it's Steam and GOG, I think it's more familiar with, maybe I'll showcase it in the comments of the shorts. But hey, if you follow me and you watch our shorts and stuff, and you see them showcasing stuff, and you want to share that link, or you're an indie developer, you want to share the link to your game, not only will I acknowledge it and heart it and like it, I will also try to pin it to that short if I can. But
hey, Scaly.
Yeah. Speaking of scales, I found Scaly in Italy a while back. Did you know that?
Oh.
Roma ordet noch der Hart.
Yes, the fall of Rome, and we have so much glorious Sony news. It's gonna be glorious. Yes, I hate fucking Sony.
Well, stop fucking them then.
But if I don't fuck them, they're gonna try to fuck me. You know how corporations are.
That actually is a joke that Hataro once said to one of our friends, and it just hit my mind. It's like, I've got to do that.
Well, it's fucking a corporation over. It's like fucking a tiger. You can get on top and mount them, but once you stop, they're gonna fuck you, and you're like, you know what? You're just like, you're stuck in that thing of just continually fucking until you either die or they die. One of the two is gonna have to happen. Dominance will be established one way or another, and it will end with one of y'all die.
Yep.
So, yeah. But yeah. So the E is. This is not the right one. The one I sent you. Actually, no. That's on me. That's on me. That's on me. Yes, that's on me. I didn't scroll down. You need another 250, then you're about the same as many years as the Roman Empire had last. Yes, I know. Actually, no. It's actually. Oh, it depends on when you want to start it. If you start the Roman Empire with the Roman Republic, I think it was 500 years. I can't remember. If you want to go with the fall of the exact Roman Empire, that would be 250, right? When it splits. Then you had the Byzantine Empire, which was the successor to the Roman Empire. That goes longer. And then if you want to go with like the last remaining office of the Roman Empire still in existence was closed, that would be indefinite because the last office of the Roman Empire was the Catholic Church.
Interesting. History. Yeah. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I know. I know a lot of stuff. That's why I'm a dragon. I just know shit. I drink things. It's like how that midget says. I just drink and know things. I consume games and know things.
You're not gonna like. I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago.
No, I'd probably eat them.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
All right, but Sony has announced physical disc production ends January 28 for the new games releasing on PlayStation consoles. And you're like, yeah, I know, I get it, LiveVistro. Yeah, I know you get it. That's why we're covering today. But people are focused on this, but they don't focus on the next part, if you may, Garrus. Sony has officially announced that the PlayStation Store on PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Vita will be permanently shut down in phases. Okay, people are focused on the you will not own your games, but they don't look beyond the veil. They're fixated on the disc. There's more to it. There's more to it. And it's not a conspiracy. They actually said the quiet part out loud in March. We will show y'all that. But we're trying to feed y'all to it so y'all get, because I know how technical I get, so I'm trying to spoon feed it as much as possible. Did you know that when they made these announcements, so they got community noted?
No,
yeah, it's the next one.
I didn't.
Hint.
I had to go find that.
Yeah, we got community noted. Digital person gets a revocable license access content, not ownership. Sony removes hundreds of purchased studio canal movies from the libraries due to licensing, and we covered that last week.
We did,
and it
and
happened
this is like strike 3.
Yeah, this also happened in 2024 in Europe, and then it happened again in 2021.
It's almost like this is a pattern.
Nah, corporals love us. They look after us. You know, they really care about us. Leave Daddy Corporal alone while he's fucking me in the ass.
Don't. We need Chris Crocker, the Leave Britney Alone. You like redo that one. Leave PlayStation alone. Something like that.
Yep. But this is one for the PlayStation Pony Boys who wanted to defend PlayStation as the bestest ever.
The timing of it too. The Steam machine comes out. Oh, this is why PlayStation's better. Days later.
Oh no, it's okay, Alan. You need to be a mod. I will remember that, and when we get into the topics, I get a chance. I'll make sure I mod you. All right. But anyways, what was I getting at? Well, yeah. So, did you know that like I said, the hardware sales? The next one. PlayStation hardware sales used to crash it or worse in May in more than 25 years. This was before the announcement.
Oof.
And this was actually projected into March. So yeah, PS5 sales were down 58% compared to last year. And before someone says, "Oh, you leave Sony alone, you're just a hater," it's actually is also confirmed in their Sony report. Their Q4. For people who don't know, Q1 starts here soon. We're gonna cover that here in a moment. But yeah, so yeah, their hardwares have crashed. And
it does try to help that the I don't know, the economy isn't the best right now in multiple cases. I don't care what the Federal Reserve said like 3 months ago that people are just now going through their COVID money. That's bullshit. That was a lie.
That was a lie. It's the fucking AI. It's the inflation. It's corporals charging more. It's governments taxing more. I don't like into politics, but let's be honest here. This is why I like dragons. Okay, because there was a dragon called Draco in Dragonheart, and the main protagonist, Kevin Costner, he's like fleecing King Iden's lackeys. Yeah, that's doing a service to mankind. And Draco says, "Is it? Fleece the nobility, and it's the peasants who feel the pinch."
Yeah,
you can fleece the rich you can eat the rich all you want. And sure, yeah, I don't eat a lot of them because it's too rich for my blood. Just saying, all that gout. Yeah. But yeah, you could pinch them, you could pinch the government all you want, but what they're going to do, especially since some of them have a walk-in freezer with gourmet ice cream, just putting that out there. I'm not pointing at anyone specific. I know it's very specific, but it's something I remember hearing.
Yeah.
They're just going to make the taxes rise higher so that their baby programs, their little babies, that's like their keep Flint water polluted or whatever, like whatever program they have, right? The farting cow program, that's another one I remember hearing about.
Yeah, I forgot the farting cow program.
That one just became like when I heard that, it became a core memory, like new core memory. I'm like, I don't want that in there.
Just clip that new core memory.
Yeah, but anyways, all that stuff, right? Like, and then you have the rich people. They don't want to get rid of their comforts.
No.
Here's what I'm gonna suggest for people, and it's not gonna happen unless we have someone that's honest and knows how is sincere, but yet at the same time won't get eaten alive. We need people to either, as a state law or a federal law, tie the Congress and politicians' living based on their state or district's COLA. So if they want to get more pay, the cost of living for their district and state has to increase.
I think Warren Buffett also made a suggestion like that, pass a law that their salary freezes the moment that something bad happens and then watch the economy improve overnight or something like that.
I have also another one, one that could kind of help on this one. That COLA doesn't adjust for the current incumbent. It adjusts for the next one, not the one. Not that means if he got reelected, it still doesn't count for him.
Oof. Damn.
So that means that also does it too for it will cancel out the career politicians. Unless you want to talk about like kind of like how we had Trump, Biden, Trump. Then yeah, I'd be like, yeah, that could help. But then it would show you how corrupt that would be, right? It calls it out. So yeah, I'm not voting for either of you two. I'm going to vote for this other guy.
I'm going to make a joke and say we got more subscribers. We're talking about politics. Damn it!
Yeah. Oh no, I got 15 viewers now. So yay. But yes, mods, definitely, please don't forget to share the X's for out, especially when we get new viewers in there. For those who don't know, I got accused of counterfeit by an AI, and that will tell you exactly what I'm trying to do. But anyways, so we had the sales down on that. But I'm gonna give everyone a little break, and we're gonna make fun of Dead on Arrival 6. I mean, Dead or Alive 6.
Oh, Dead or Alive 6?
Yeah, it's down there. It's right next to it.
Here it is. Okay.
Yeah, I was in a rush on this one. Dead or Alive 6, that's running seeing absolutely roasted on Steam with 79% of user reviews sitting in the negative. Players are calling it a cash grab after Toei Tecmo re-released a 2019 game with barely any new content while bringing back around 440 DLC packs that would cost over $1,700 if you bought everything. So yeah, I think that's actually officially the most expensive game because DLCs are just add-ons of the game. Like they have them in there, but it's locked, and then they just release it when they either finish the code or something like that. It's like a plugin, so to speak. So yeah, if I always consider if you get the DLC and everything, that's the actual full game. The DLC, people think no, that's just the add-on. It's like no, that's the actual full game as a tin. Expansions are different. Expansions doesn't matter if you have it or not. It's just it's not going to run. But that's The Sims for you. Yeah, mostly negative.
Do we really need Dead or Alive anymore as a new IP? Like, aren't we kind of... Hasn't Stellar Blade kind of replaced that in terms of Gooner bait?
Yeah.
As I load up the next image.
Yeah, I mean, I liked Dead or Alive when I was younger. I won't lie. Because of jiggle physics, but everything's got jiggle physics these days. And I don't think you have the OG still doing it. So it's not going to have his flair.
No.
So it's not the same. It needs to die. Never played the games? Well, they have a Fudo with a whip. Watch, I'm going to see it pop up. Valkyrie Winter is playing Dead or Alive 6.
Within 15 minutes.
Member unlocked staff and games. Yep. But yeah, I wanted to put that in there because I actually was supposed to be in the bottom, but that was fucking me being fucking retarded. But we're going back to PlayStation. And well, PlayStation just can't seem to win. So Chris, you know how we covered the game well, is that it? No, that's not it. The one that says according to Christopher Lee, is that?
Oh, that one. Okay.
Yeah. So according to Christopher Lee, during Sony is currently facing multiple legal cases that claim Sony Store has too much control over digital game sales. Here are the major lawsuits: ongoing £2 billion, that's 2.7 billion class action. Claims Sony abused its dominant position by making the PlayStation Store the only place to buy digital PlayStation games and add-ons. I know I'm shaking my head too at that one, but I think there's more to it. Yeah, I know. Because you're like, it's a console, PlayStation Store, PlayStation games. I think there's more to it on that one. And the reason being is I haven't looked into the United Kingdom one. When we get through the conversation, I share some things. You're going to start saying, "Oh, maybe there's a point to these lawsuits," because that's why I'm more announcing this one and like, ha, that I am towards Steam. because Sony's just a piece of shit right now. Sony's been naughty and being very gay. Sony recently agreed to I can't read that number, 785 million settlement in a class action over its 2019 decision to stop retailers from selling digital PlayStation game download codes. So remember that they stopped retailers from selling PlayStation download codes. It's like those little card keys and stuff. So if this was about the money, they wouldn't have done that. If they were like, we need our money, they wouldn't have done that in 2019. In the Netherlands, Sony is also facing a collective lawsuit alleging PlayStation Store charges unfairly high prices because of its control over digital game sales. And you know what? I don't know if we had that in here. We may have, because there's a whole bunch. Just this past month, right before all this announcement came out, Sony did say they were going to up the prices on their subscription models. Just this past month, in June.
I'm looking for it, but I
don't think I have it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I did see it was there. Like, it was just this morning. Someone was talking. I think it was like Pop Culture or something like that, and just the comments were flooding with the "really" kind of response.
No, Hataro. No, this is a male-dominated hobby, and that's straight white males and purple dragons, not gays or women. So you will just sit there and you will enjoy your stiff dick. Oh my!
We want floppy dick.
I just realized what I just said. Wow!
And clipped.
I just Sonya'd. I just fucking Sonya'd.
Sonya. Sonia, clip that, please. Save that in your oh shit category.
Bouncy ball.
Literally, the ball, the testes be bouncing, just like that's gonna be the next Cyberpunk.
But they're gonna, but with games, because they're not very experienced with male testicle physics, it's gonna be like the physics are more like this: old man balls, where it drags all the way down and hangs low. Young man balls, no balls, and where it goes all the way out and small because the way he's running. The balls are literally just like drop, sag down to the knees, come back up to the dick, sag down to the knees, come back up. It's gonna be like early day Skyrim physics for the mods. Yeah, it's gonna be like ragdoll physics.
Oof.
But yes, yeah, that's the three cases that happened out, and I heard there's more in a way. But before people start just hate only on PlayStation, we're gonna bounce out with PlayStation a little bit. They're not the only ones. Microsoft is testing a new Disc 2 digital feature for Xbox that lets players convert Israel's disc into digital licenses. So why would I convert a game I own to a license? So I already own it, and I'm going to convert it to a license that I don't own. So it's like I'm giving it back to. It's like a gun. What do those politician types call it? Gun. Was it trade out? Buyback
option. Yeah.
Yeah, where you turn in your. Why would I turn in my only means of defense? Or in this case, why would I turn in my property like that? If you're going to tell me I'm not going to be able to own it no more, no, I'm going to keep it.
The benefit that I've seen to this is not doing it through Xbox, but rather taking the game and scanning it to an image and throwing it onto your personal network storage or whatever storage device you have. That's the only benefit I see to that. But adding it into Xbox, all that does is give metrics to Xbox that they then sell to advertisers. No. Not doing
it gets worse. Not a lot of people I'm not even reading that full thing. I'm just pointing out that Microsoft is kind of doing it's not doing the whole. It's kind of like a big ask. Instead of asking for you to just be happy with digital downloads, they're saying, "Hey, let's have you put." I kind of admire it, but at the same time, I don't. And the reason why is like they're giving you the choice, but you're going to take all that data, see how many people actually do that.
It's going to work.
It's going to
That's
work.
the sad thing. It will work more than people like the big names would actually prefer. The big names will say, no, we are not going to say no. The vocal minority isn't going to do that, but the average Yahoo, the average Yahoo will absolutely do that. Oh, yeah. I can have everything and on digital and get rid of all this stupid physical shit. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yep. And here's the thing: the shields and the normies outnumber gamers 100-1. I'm not kidding. That's the actual math.
Yeah,
exactly. I'm not exaggerating there. It's literally about 100. Maybe I'm off by 112, but it's like literally 112 to 1 gamer.
Yeah.
That's why everyone's like, I'm a gamer, and we're like, no, you're not. It's like goths. Everyone, emo kids are like, I'm a goth, and all the goth kids are like, no, and they continue to flush them down the toilet. You know, a lot of people do it, but they don't have to load up the disc. Yep. But yeah, so that's happening. Speaking of discs, there's another one coming out. This is going to come up again later. Sony stock. We've already covered that one.
That's what was next.
Here
we go.
Yeah. Did we cover this stock? I guess not. But yeah, basically, Sony is already repurposing its lone PlayStation disc factory, and the body of physical gaming isn't even cold. This came out today.
Damn.
I was going to make a point to cover this during our conversation. We still will. But yes, people don't realize Sony basically makes their own discs. They decide what becomes physical or not, and how, and what the requirements are. So yeah. Oof. They make their own disc, and it's not because it's not cost effective that they're doing this. There is a definite reason why. I'm not reading all that because Eurogamer is it's like reading a fucking encyclopedia. Not encyclopedia. Good Graphic article. It's got so many words. I will read it offline in my head. I will not read it aloud. It's too, sometimes it gets too long. But now I'll go back to the 3% because I guess we did skip over that. But Sony stock rose more than 3% after the company announced it will stop releasing new PlayStation games on physical disc. The investors got what they wanted.
Yep.
And I'm going to tell you why. I don't want to say it now because it's spoilers. All right. I want y'all to watch the full episode. So yeah, you watch the full episode. I'm going to tell you what I found that no one's talking about. Why this 3% happened. And yeah, it was all over the place. Content creators could have found this thing, including myself. I'm not going to say I was exempt from this, but content creators could have found this back in March.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, and here's another thing I say, Hataro, reading this. I have known a lot of people who repurchase their phone book when it's digital. Generation Z is doing the opposite. They're looking for physical media. They're buying vinyls. They're buying discs. They're buying all that. So it's been covered for about 3 years now. They want the mall experience that we had as kids.
Many of them, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be an interesting thing to look up to see what generation, because there was that one study that came out that focused on Gen X, Millennials, and Gen Z in terms of how they consume, how they discover their video games. And that was really fascinating, but it'd be interesting to see if someone actually did one for how people obtain their movies and how they prefer to have their movies obtained, whether they want only the theater experience, only the Netflix experience, only the physical version. Like, where do those sit? That'd be fascinating to see, because it'd be one thing, oh no, this generation, that generation, what are the hard numbers?
Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
I'm going to call Hotaru out here. She said, I'm so glad younger people are getting... What younger people? Middle schoolers? You look like you're 24. I'm not kidding. Her picture makes her look like she's 24. It could be a 20... She could have been 24 in that picture, but I'm judging by her profile pic. Don't tell me, because that's not polite. No. She will definitely put you on the couch tonight. I'm pretty sure. I'm getting a gist for personality based on talking with her and you. I'm getting a gist, and I'm pretty sure she's still one of those. You said I'm 105 years old. You're sleeping on a couch tonight, Karis. No, you're sleeping outside. You're sleeping outside.
That is
You're like,
not
I said
recovery.
you were 34.
There actually is,
104. You're sleeping outside.
there actually is there's at least a vocal. Yeah, see, she's not afraid to say it.
Yeah. Well, she can say it. It saves us.
But there is a vocal, at least a vocal minority of Gen Z that is proudly declaring that they're not going into the digital. They're like they're saying fuck you to Hulu and Netflix, and they're going to record stores, they're going to video stores, they're actually getting that. Whether that translates to like 40% or more of Gen Z, I don't know. But there is a vocal minority that's saying, yeah, fuck Netflix. I want the physical fucking thing. That alone is impressive enough, because my brain naturally would think, oh, maybe it's only like 1% or like 0.5% of them, but there's evidently probably more.
Yep. Oh, speaking of which, back to corporations, we're going to talk about Kick and Asmongold.
Yes.
Okay, so this is from the Kick's account. Yes, we are live on Kick. Hello, Kick. But Kick supports PlayStation, because Asmongold here is spitting facts about physical media. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but basically he is literally trying to defend Sony. Show me the last. He's telling everybody, show them the last 10 video games they bought for everyone that cares about physical. He's saying that you don't own physical media if you care about it. Carrots, if you don't mind, scroll down. Yes, he does try to defend himself. Scroll down.
This goes forever, people.
It goes for fucking ever. He got fucking destroyed. And you know what? Scroll back up to hit where he replied. There, he makes a TDRL. When this is glorious. I love seeing people's collections like this. This is glorious. This people don't realize this is what we used to do. We used to show pride in our collections.
Okay, he doesn't. Does he?
It's all the way at the top. There is Zach. All right. He's right and wrong here. Okay. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Okay. But he says physically didn't save you because if a license was removed, like a mixtape, let's say, he says, for example, for mixtape, they make a patch and it removes the song. Okay. I understand that. Physically isn't the holy grail consumer rights and protection is. Yes, this is true. He's saying some of the right things. Okay. But his example was still incorrect. All right. His whole crux of his argument with the thing is that he even says, I assumed not a lot of people buy physical media. That's what he says. And if you know the golden rule about assume, it makes an ass out of you and me. And as we saw, it didn't make an ass out of you and me, but it certainly made an ass of Asmongold. I'm going to start calling him that now.
Asmongold, yes.
And you remember, he actually was against console exclusivity. Okay.
Oh, of course he would.
Yeah. So he didn't understand the concept, because the concept for console exclusivity is the reason why you have a console. All right. That's how it's always been a thing. And I took his argument is that's not fair. I don't have that console. I want to play it on the console I have or platform I have. And you know what? That's fine. But the reason why you chose, I want to play Legend of Zelda. There's no Legend of Zelda on PlayStation. Okay. There's no, actually, let's put it this way. There's no Legend of Zelda on PlayStation. There's no Halo on Nintendo. Okay. Let's just put that out there. You had to choose which consoles you wanted. Sometimes people were able to afford all three, but not today. Definitely not today. But some cases people were able to afford it. But what I think I found out, and I'll bring the numbers up. I actually told Karis this in the Dragoncast DMs. I found out that from Q25 to Q26, or from Q24 to Q26, I can't remember the exact dates, but in the report it said over the past few years, even though sales were going down for their first-party games, and as IGN covered, their physical sales were going. It's still a small number, but their physical sales were increasing. People were buying physical a lot.
I have to say something on this part. The convenience of digital download should not be viewed as a forfeiture of consumer protection. Bull fucking shit! Former IT guy here. I worked in cloud. I worked on access control. I worked in many fields in IT. Cloud absolutely is a forfeiture of consumer protections because you were putting your shit at the mercy of someone else's server. It is not your server, therefore you do not control it. My network storage is mine. It is on premises. The only thing I pay for is power. It is mine. No one can touch it except me. If it's on a cloud, I do not own it. That is a simple fucking fact of cloud, people. This is bullshit.
Yeah. Well, here's what I wonder. What if we started treating cloud like a bank account?
It is. It
No, I'm saying
absolutely is a bank account.
Well, I guess I'm thinking the old-fashioned bank accounts, because the bank accounts now is like they have a list of your a number. You have your bank account number and how much money you have, but there's not an actual safe with your money in it. But you know, the old ones where you had your certain amount of space that you could storage, right, your games and stuff, and they keep a list of that, and they ensure that your storage of your games is protected. Maybe you have to pay for it, right? Sure, okay, I understand that, but if you want to do cloud savings on someone else's server, they need to make money. You do storage, and that's all they do is they make sure that keep your stuff safe and protected. That's all they do. Yeah, it can be copied on storage, but you can access it.
That's storage, though.
Yeah.
The problem is when you start getting into you're requesting a license from an authoritative source, and they have a limited time based on the budget that is allocated. If the business, like that's one of the reasons why Sony has started stripping movies, because they just canceled the contract with those license guarantors, and so those licenses are no longer valid. Thus, you cannot have the thing that you have put money into, but you were not compensated for that, because cloud. And I responded to someone who was a former Microsoft, and they were one of those like data sciences. You are paying for an experience with cloud. You are not paying to own the thing with cloud. You are paying for an experience because everything is temporary with a cloud. Maybe that's not how it was when it was first invented, the idea of, store your thing online, but this is how it is now. It's an experience, a temporary thing that will have an end date when either you or the cloud provider decides. You don't get to, when the cloud provider decides your terms have ended, you don't get to decide otherwise. You can't say, no, you need to keep paying for that. So this gets under my skin a little bit when Asmongold says, the convenience should buy. That's what cloud is, Asmongold. Maybe you've never worked in cloud. I have. That's absolutely what it is.
I wasn't going to originally post this in there by putting a private chat, but we brought this up because some people are like trying to justify cloud gaming. All right. And I wasn't going to do anything, but I think this guy deserves his 5 minutes of stupidity fame.
Well, what you mean
the private chat?
Oh, it didn't load up.
It didn't load up?
It went in the wrong browser. But also
shit, son. He deleted it. Oh shit. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what this guy said, because I can't remember his name. All right, so this guy said it makes no sense. Games are too big for CDs anymore. It makes no sense to have them. It makes more sense to have digital storage. And so I wrote in response, I was like, I remember when KOTOR and Age of Empires was a 3 to 5 CD installation. TIE Fighter was a 5 to 10, 3.5 floppy disk installation. For the PS1, because he's defending PlayStation's actions here, The Legend of Dragoon, one of my favorite games, yes, I had a PS1, and Final Fantasy VII were 4 discs. Sit down, kid.
Yes, there were 4 discs. It was insane. That was for the PS1. The PC version, it was like 10 or something.
Oh no, I have it here. Oh no.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Let me see. Because I want him to have his fame. I think he deserves to be famous for his intelligent and very well researched take. Because it's showing it online.
5 discs.
Yeah, But I'm not saying for everyone else, I'm not saying go harass him or anything. I'm not saying that. I just think he should be credited for his take. There's no wink or anything. This is what he said. Games are too big to fix on discs. It makes sense to get rid of CDs. Thank God for having memory in your system that still remembers what you pulled up.
Yeah.
Like I said, if it's on the internet, it's engraved forever. You can delete all you want. I can delete my dumb takes, all that other stuff. Yet it's going to be here. Now, since you tried to delete your take instead of saying, you know what, I was wrong, I stand corrected, right? I went ahead and put it on my YouTube video for everyone to see that you're not a real gamer. You're not a real gamer. I'm sorry, dude, you're not a real gamer. Because if you just bother to look stuff up, you could pretend to be a real gamer because you know this stuff exists. Because you'd see it. I have my 10 3.5 floppies in my parents' house. Ooh. Yeah, granted, they might not work anymore because they're incompatible. And someone's like, well, they're also in an attic. Yeah, they're in an attic, but I have a plastic case with a clear lid that all my floppy disks were in. So while everyone else was going with CD-ROMs, because when I got this computer, it was a hand-me-down. So CD-ROMs were already a thing. I had to put a CD-ROM drive in that computer. I had to cut out the plastic case just so I could have a CD-ROM drive because it was too small. Like the thing was big enough, but the case was too small because it was designed for 3.5.
That's right, because we hadn't made the universal conversion yet to like shrink things, and everything was all wonky and just janky.
Yeah, and nowadays we don't have CD-ROM drives, but I guarantee you, if I really, really wanted to, even though there's a light on the front of this thing, I could get the same tools I had from 30 years ago, make a CD-ROM drive in my HP Omen case. Just pointing that out there.
Also, CD-ROMs on USB are really affordable. In fact, I did a test once, I think it was last year. I got the original 1998 release of StarCraft on CD, the one that you could just brute force the product code because there was no activation server back then, put it in a disk, and that thing ran on Windows 10 perfectly fine.
Ribbon, that's another one. And 5 disks. Yes. Hataru, I think I can safely say for sure you are a gamer girl.
Of course.
Not a girl gamer girl. Not an ethot, an actual gamer. I know you're gonna defend her because you're her boyfriend. You have to, but I'm one that needs evidence. And if she can say I played Ribbon with 5 game discs, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, you didn't just play Ribbon because your brothers played it. You remembered there was 5 discs. That means you had to install it yourself, which means you actually were a gamer. I'll give you that.
She introduced me to Myst. I had never played Myst when it came out, so she introduced it to
band. We need Hataru. We need a real gamer.
Wow. Because I never played Myst on my own.
Hey,
Jeez.
when I got my computer, that was the first thing I grabbed was Myst. But to be fair, everyone's talking about Myst. I never finished it, but I downloaded it and I played it.
I was playing Nintendo 64 games probably during the popularity of that. I didn't get my actual own first PC until it was well after Half-Life was released.
Yep. All right, but we gotta get going on this thing. I put yours up. Mine should be taken down. I'm getting my notes because we can go on forever. I know us. So, where were we at? We were talking about the 3%ers, kicking ass. Yeah, we did kicking ass and gold. But you know it's bad when the Internet Archives, because like I said, I was talking about engraved forever. When the Internet Archives calls you out, as much of our cultural heritage moves online, a troubling question emerges: what happens when these things we create, share, and share simply disappear? From our first episode of a 6-part series out today, I forgot to put that in the thing, mods, but don't put it out there. I will put it out there in the description and the comments later because I want all the views I can get. I won't lie, I'm being selfish. But yes, no, I actually saved this because I want to listen to it. But they pretty much just ousted. When the Internet Archives is calling you out, you fucked up.
Internet Archive's amazing. I got a download of Subnautica from the Internet Archive, so I have that game backed up, thankfully.
Yeah. And then we got some more. I don't know if we're repeating here, but the just go. It's the next one over. Oh yeah, no, it's not. It's kind of it's not. So games preservation is the last one on the Rome Ardet. Games preservation, it says piracy may become the only way to preserve digital-only games without legal reform. The Video Game History Foundation is urging the ESA to support museums and archives. So we did cover the Video Game Foundation part, but the reason I brought this in here, even though it's saying the same thing, is the part that I didn't say. And I want to make sure that there's established, respected journalists, whatever, saying this, right? So that way I don't get did for it. YouTube, chill. I'm not promoting piracy. This was Dexerto. So don't blame me. I'm just repeating what the valid, trusted news source would say. Okay. They said games preservationists say piracy may become the only way to preserve digital-only games without legal reform. So basically, they're saying if there's no laws to preserve games, and corporations don't want that. Okay, you got to remember, people need to remember that. Like, I make jokes about environmentalism because I do think it went too far. But back before we considered the environment and stuff, and realized that it was like the average Joe was like, okay, we want clean water, we want clean rivers, and this and that, and we would clean up after ourselves. Corporations and a lot of industrialists, not capitalists, industrialists, did not fucking care. They did not care if the workers lost an arm or died on the job, as long as it didn't cost them money. That's the reason why these laws exist. They fought against OSHA violations, OSHA things. And OSHA, yeah, like I said, a lot of these government things went far and beyond it. And that's what happens, right? I'm not defending everything government does. I'm saying the reality of nature was because no one else was willing to fucking stand up, they had to get government to do it. So what's going to happen is these corporations are just like any other corporation in the 1900s and up, where they ignored OSHA. They laughed at 2-day weekends, 40-hour work weeks, child labor, all that stuff. They laughed at it all, right? And there's still nuance. So I'll give you all that. All right, I'm not trying to get to the actually here. I'm just trying to give you an idea. The fact is these companies don't care because it's going to cost them money. And they're going to make a choice. Are they going to keep their $500 paychecks, or are they going to do this? And I'm going to tell you what the choice is. They're going to do both. They're going to raise the price. That's what these companies do. And then they're to make sure that they don't get attacked, they're going to put politicians in their pockets. But it's going to at this rate, as I would hope for a consumer backlash, but at this rate, with the investors just funding them, we might need a law. And well, we got some politicians coming up that we'll talk about later. But no, you got the Internet Archives coming after you. You got, I claim this pro-piracy preserved media, and mine is a nuanced take. Mine's very nuanced because I don't believe in actual piracy. I do believe in abandonware, and I believe if you bought the game and let's get the money, it's a digital object, right? So you already bought your one, so you buying the one and having a pirate one. I'm not gonna say isn't piracy, but I'm gonna say at the same time I haven't bought a lot of thought to it. It's kind of like you're not stealing because you already bought one. Yep. And you're grabbing a stolen one. Well, that stolen one that's already copied of the original kind of covers the offset for that. It may be a dumb take, but that's just how I feel. I'm against saying if piracy isn't owning, if buying isn't owning, stealing isn't illegal. NPC
piracy needs to be utilitarian.
Yeah.
I bring up the example of Bionic Commando from 2009. I technically bought that game twice, and I could not obtain it through the legal means that I bought it through. I had to go get a torrent to get Steam servers wouldn't even fucking function after I bought that thing. I had to go get a torrent to be able to enjoy the game that I legally bought twice, $120. Back then it was like $60 at the time.
And it was off the shelf, right?
It was off the shelf. I went in GameStop, paid for pre-ordered a physical version. They didn't have it there. And then I tried the digital version.
The simple thing was, it was not on the market anywhere. You could not buy it.
No,
basically,
here's the thing. I pre-ordered it. Well, it had just come out, and I pre-ordered it, meaning I sank money into it, and it was not there upon release. It was technically released, but it was not at games, like they didn't get the shipment or something. And then I bought it on Steam. Steam servers were crashing left and right, so the download wouldn't work. But yet I could go get the torrent and have that thing down and loaded in like 2 hours. Riddle me that, Batman. It doesn't make sense, but I eventually got my game that I paid for. So it really, I've always found the piracy to be utilitarian. If you want to get like every game on the planet and you just don't care to buy it, I don't know what to tell you. Whereas if you had a game, like I always encourage people, back up your games. If you bought the thing and then the thing, like, where is it? If you bought the thing and you can't play it anymore because the fucking activation servers don't work and you can't do it legally, find a way to play it. Your product was taken from you. I bought that in my town at a Fred Meyer for like $20. So that game was stolen from me by bad business decisions, but I found a way, and I was able to enjoy it sometime last year. If you buy something and they remove access to it, nothing wrong with setting sales and acquiring it on the seat. Money was exchanged for a service. This is where I have to quote. I have to quote Louis Rossmann. Louis Rossmann's a real angry guy. Like, he is just so angry. But he says something that is quite true. Changing the conditions of the sale after the sale. And I don't, as the purchaser of the product, I don't have a say in whether or not those conditions are, I can't influence those conditions. Then clearly, it was never about me. The means was just attempted to gain access to my money. You were never actually going to give me full access to the thing. You didn't respect me during the transaction of the sale. Why should I respect you? That's illegal. You know, it's illegal in some cities to ride bareback on a horse on a Sunday. Does that mean you should actually follow those rules in every city? I don't know why that rule is actually put in, but that's actually a rule in some cities. If they take away my access, they should refund. Ideally, yes, they should. And only in small situations has that actually been the case, where I think there was actually one game, I think we talked about it, and it was either a Dragoncast or it was maybe a Tism Thursday, I can't remember. A game that was sold, they lost the rights for it, and it was actually announced that it was going to be removed, literally ripped out of people's inventory. But they were going to be given refunds for that game, which is a rare thing. This wasn't the case with the Deadpool game, where I technically have purchased the Deadpool game and I can still download it on Steam, but you can't buy it on Steam anymore. You're SOL. You'd have to find other means to get that game. Literally, you paid for it, you had access for a time, but now you don't have access because someone else decided you can't have access. That goes back to my kind of bitchy rant of my network storage. There are games on there. I can access them. Sony, Nintendo, Steam, no one can take those away from me. They are mine. If I somehow fail to upkeep those, that's on me. I have to deal with that. But no authoritative figure is going to come in and say, well, you can't have this torrent of Bionic Commando. That's illegal. Go fuck yourself. I paid for it twice. You want me to go digging up the receipt for the Steam purchase? I probably could do that. It's only illegal because they write laws. Yeah, illegal versus moral. That is the constant conundrum we run into.
Yes. Usually it's very complex because I usually want to say the legal thing to do is usually the moral thing to do, but not always. You have to have some amount of common sense. Rights and laws are meant to protect your rights. And the way to know where the morality is, your right to do the thing you want to do ends when it jeopardizes another right. There's a 3 natural law thing on that one, but we're not a political channel, so you want to ask me that, you can always ask me that in the VCs if you catch me in the VCs. And stuff like that. I'm willing to have those conversations off stream. But yeah, so I do apologize to everyone. Actually, hold on, I saw this one. If they take my access, the Protect Our Games Act would have done just that. You had 3 choices. And we're going to show you how the Protect Our Games Act would have hurt Sony. Real bad. And the investors were also part of it. I'm going to accuse the investors on it, and we're going to show you why. But my ex-wife called, my son's mom called, and she knows that I stream on Saturdays, so she doesn't normally call on Saturdays. But because her birthday is after the 4th of July, not the day after, but a couple days, she wants to pick up our son for that. And I told her, I'm on the thing. It's like, well, I thought you'd do it on Saturday. Usually, yes, but it's 4th of July. I want to do things for my son. So I had to get her to speed up her thing and let her know that I'll talk to you real quick, but I'm live. I don't want. It's like we got a whole lot to cover. We're gonna be up till late, so I do apologize for that one. But
life happens.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we're gonna go to the next epic thing, and this is the one character I told you we're gonna speed run.
Yep.
Because it's time to
shut up and take my money.
Yeah. So this is a speed run. We're gonna show you a lot of interesting things. So recently, after the PlayStation said we're going to get rid of digital, there was a bunch of I'm surprised about this. Usually, Ponyboy's like, leave Daddy Corporal alone as he fucks me in the ass. But no, they're canceling subscriptions. And there was so much I wanted to show. I'm not going to show you every, because I was like, actually, that's just one. That just means everyone's like, okay, fine, I'll show you 2. So there's this one, and then there's this one. Saying that they're removing their PlayStation Plus subscriptions. And I don't think it's going to help too much, but it will send a message because it will hurt them. All right.
Optically.
Remember, they were hurting for PSN subscriptions, and that's why they tried to get Helldivers 2 to be a mandatory PSN subscription. And they bought that back. That was 2 years ago. Sony's been working on this for years. All right. But we also have a game developer standing with us. So this is Maximum Entertainment. Go ahead, and I wasn't going to type all that out. But basically, they're saying we support physical. Maximum Entertainment is a global video game publisher, and it supports physical. So I followed them after I found this out. I was like, I'm going to follow them. I might not buy a physical copy, but who knows? Maybe I will, right? But yeah, you can see totally not Levicio follows them. Yeah, I followed them. I was like, you know what? I'm going to support them on this one. And if you think that's interesting, Atrium and other devs stood up.
Hang on, how to get my following?
Yeah, go ahead. This is an official statement from Atrium. They have a few games coming out as well. They support physical in recent years. Atrium Game Studios wants to send a clear message to support stores, distributors, and collectors. It will always be absolute. We cannot conceive this medium without you. The physical format is just not a disc. It is a presentation culture and the very soul of video games. You could pretty much everything everyone else is saying is similar after that, but they're an indie studio, and they said they support physical. And people are like, well, yeah, but all indies are digital. Yes, that's true, but you have, and I know they had some controversies. I'm not defending them. They're just the more common ones, but like limited run games, if you reach a certain amount of um, copies sold, they will make a physical copy of your game.
Ooh.
Yeah. Limited
That's
Run
cool.
used to do that. They do that, but they had some controversies in the past, so I don't really support them anymore. But I used to buy some games from them. Some of my games I have are niche games from Limited Run. Some Nintendo Switch, some Xbox, stuff like that. But not saying they did because I haven't seen them show up or anything. But so yeah, Atrium says that. And then you have Clear River. They speak out. Clear River Physical Edition has always been at the heart of who we are at Clear River Games. We have spent years bringing. Hold on. That's my son. He's goofing off with the blinds. Because I see the sun. Hold on.
Maximum darkness is required.
Oh no, it's the kitchen door blinds, and when he does that, it goes all the way onto my monitors.
Oh.
I forgot that's why I did the monitors this way, because it'll do that. But anyways, physical editions have always been at the heart of who we are at Clear Games. We spent years bringing classic games back to the shelves because we believe they deserve to be preserved, collected, and enjoyed for generations to come. I didn't know about them until yesterday, I believe. No, it was today. It was today. Yeah, it came out today. So yeah, Clear Games, River Games. And Mods, you can go ahead if you want to, if y'all want to share that in the chat. But anyone else, all you have to do is type in these names, you can get them. Moving on, we got Red Art Games. Red Art Games, and I can't read all that, but basically it's the same thing as well. Since 2018, they were founded by collectors for whom physical games are an integral part of the overall gaming experience. If I remember correctly, Red Art is the one that does a lot of the retro games. I could have them mixed up. There's quite a few of them that I had in here, right? But they made out a statement as well against Sony. They do physical games for a lot of consoles.
Very nice.
Definitely follow them. They're if you want your physicals, go to them. And you know, I know they're doing it for the marketing thing, but also this is also a business preservation thing. So it's nice to see the stores and devs standing with us. But do you know what's not surprising? Breaking news. Domino's Pizza will now make your pizzas digital. In response to the trends of the gaming industry, as the 1st of April 2027, Domino's UK will cease production of all physical pizzas and shift to production of digital pizzas only. Consumers will be able to download our full range of delicious pizza codes and use the power of the imagination. Enjoy them in any entirely virtual sense.
You know, I fucking hope that they do the digital codes and do them for like $2. That would be fucking hilarious.
Oh, you know what would be awesome? Find a way to make like a UCP, Universal Purchase Code, right?
Yeah.
Those little barcodes. A barcode pizza. And like if you were able to scan it, it'll say physical game disc or something, licensed pizza or just on digital pizza, something like that.
Yeah,
it'd be hilarious. But also,
I have to point out my own response that apparently went viral through the fucking roof.
Oh look, you got TJ in there. Sony needs to take notes from Domino's. Yeah. There's a meme I couldn't find out my phone because I have so many memes, but there's a meme for somebody to use for a couple of people that I didn't use. It's like the Muppets. It says, "I'm gonna be honest with you, pal. They're destroying you in the comments. And you deserved it. We're making
our pieces. They'll be cheaper,
right? Now, right? Right? I love that's a classic meme. That meme has survived the test of time.
Yeah, the responses to this over the last while have been amazing, but we won't go on there.
Yes. But also GameFly has come back up.
Oh.
No, that's right. We'll do Game Informer first. But yeah, this is one I was surprised. Now, Game Informer used to be the GameStop magazine. I don't know if it still is. I used to have subscription with Game Informer But they want to remind you that you can subscribe to Game Informer to get physical printed magazines sent to your mailbox with amazing covers. The physical magazine is not a rented license that can't be revoked. Once you receive the printed issue, it can't be taken back. It's yours forever. So yeah, say what you will about Game Informer. I'm honestly surprised they're still around. I haven't read anything from Game Informer in over 10 years, I believe. But I'm actually thinking about taking a look and probably getting back into games, because there's something about having the gaming magazines back in the day. Like if you couldn't afford it, you just drooled over the pictures of the games you wanted. You're like, I want to play this game.
Gaming, EGM, PlayStation. I had stacks of EGM issues that unfortunately I got rid of because I was an idiot.
I have some of my stacks. Some.
Nice.
Yep. Awesome to see it go viral. Yeah, you did go viral with that one. And the thing was, I'm gonna spoil it for everyone. I don't know if you got it from me, but this is how I know it. I found that I think it was actually in the original UK Domino's post. Downloaded it, shared it onto Discord, and then you shared it onto thing. So your tweet meme is a stolen meme.
It is
from a stolen meme.
Multiple layers of theft occurred before that tweet went viral, and I have no regrets.
But remember, I didn't buy it, and piracy isn't stealing. No one owns it. It's a meme, so.
Nope.
But continuing on, let's talk about GameFly.
Yep.
So GameFly, also same thing. We're disappointed news about the future of Sony PlayStation video game. GameFly is run by people who believe in physical products matter. And I'm going to tell y'all this very much. All right. So the argument is that physical copies are going to zero. No, they're stabilizing. GameFly, and we're going to show it. There was I found an independent report. GameFly is actually slowly going up in revenue.
That is nice.
Yes. I thought about it. I'm actually reactivated my account for GameFly, and we're renting some Nintendo Switch 1 games for my son.
Ooh, $250.
Yeah.
It's cheaper than a cup of coffee.
With more content than a mixtape.
But
I had to do that. I had to.
Just need that as a button to press.
Yeah. And then we have itch.io. This one I like.
What?
Did you
come on, itch? Want.
Oh, that's on me. That's on me. I set the bar. I lowered the bar.
Hang on. I can probably find it here real quick. I know the one you're talking about because we yeah, here it is, I think.
Okay, I found it.
So did I.
Find it? Okay, yes. We don't enforce any DRM for games on stuff on itch.io. Buy, download, and never connect to the internet again for all we care. Yes, itch.io, you get the EXE, usually in a zip file or a rare drive. Just point that out to you guys. But some people are salty, like this hiker. You said your game's worse than Steam does, though. And they don't understand that Steam had to as well. It wasn't their fault. And I did say there's a lot of nuance, but here they point out, they come out and says, do you get the point of our post? Your library, don't rent it to, or some else's server. Buy, download, keep playing. And he says, by the way, porn is here too. They still have the porn. They did get rid of it. They just made it harder to find, just like Steam, because of PayPal servers.
I would open that tab up, but I don't want to see it deleted.
Don't. do not. I did. I did. I forgot about this, but I did, so that way I can tell you don't click on it. Just don't.
Oh, you wouldn't have needed to. I can just reading it says top NSFW. My brain just translates as nuclear launch detected.
Now a lot of these are niche, low budget games, sure, but you got some games that are like RPG Maker games. You got some games that are actually pretty good and decent, and most of them are free. All right, most of them are free, where you can actually donate to the artists, the devs, if you want. If I want to play a game, I want to play like a cheap game. Just they're not all cheap. I'm just saying like cheapest and free, right? I still want quality, but if I want a game, but I don't want to pay for something, I just want a simple game to play, an RPG Maker game. I go here, and I used to have an account here. None of my games were actually put on Itch.io, but I had an account here. Dev account.
Future prospects.
Yeah. I might put my games on there because I'm still working on mine, but I just don't. I'm at an impasse right now for that. But if you see, Alan just has some Game Informer magazines. But yes, other than that, we also have another one. Some people are talking about this. It's more popular. I Am 8-Bit. So I Am 8-Bit profoundly disappointed by Sony's decision. It was one of the earlier ones, so you might have seen like Smash GT or Hypnotic or some other person cover it. We will point it out there as well, but as you can see, I collect everything. But yes, they're also a store, I believe, that does physical copies. Definitely thing to look into.
I think the gist is that Sony's doing something that's going to hurt a lot of businesses, and for Sony to ever say, "Oh, we do things to help small businesses," bullshit. This does not help.
Oh, it doesn't help GitHub either.
No, it most certainly does not.
We're skipping one, I guess. Sour Boys. You wouldn't download a candy. So we're not going to cover the whole thing, but Sour Boys decides to get up on it. The candy company.
Yes, I would download candy.
Yeah.
I have downloaded candy.
It's like when I showed the Domino's pizza, you wouldn't download a pizza, and Hatar says, I would absolutely download a pizza.
Yes.
I'm like, he's like, you're not wrong. I would too if I could eat it. It's like, yeah. But moving on, we have GitHub. In light of recent developments in physical media, GitHub is proud to announce that you can now obtain your public repo on Steam CDR-Run. Your code is physically yours forever until you lose it. Let's be real. Older yours today.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. GitHub making headlines. Get on that, people.
And like Domino's, especially I love Domino's, it's expensive, and the KFC near me sucks. But I had a hamburger from Burger King today. Do you know why? From Burger King Brazil. I'm not reading all that because I don't want to translate that into English. But yes, Burger King also made a similar statement about hamburgers going digital.
Oh, geez. The Bacon King is going to be like 128 digit code.
Yeah, but you're going to need some fuel with that hamburger. And some people recommend this digital G Fuel. Important updates from G Fuel. Also, basically digital fuel and they're basically else. Yes. Like I said, it's a speed read. Even DeLorean.
Oh, yeah.
DeLorean. I didn't know they were still in existence. Now you get a digital DeLorean.
Good times.
Skip one because I got this I got this one backwards. But you can get digital controllers now.
I've always wanted to.
Yeah, imagine using the power of your mind to control video games and not having a physical controller. You get a digital activation code. I showed you this yesterday. Now we'll go to the super rare games. This is the one I was actually thinking of because I was like, what happened to that one? Super physical games have always been at the heart of what we do. For years, we have committed to giving incredible games beyond something that exists in real screen. They take old games and give them new life.
Ooh,
super rare games.
They're like a GOG. Oh, follow.
Eddie's best friend.
You have my attention.
Yeah. See, now you know why I'm putting a shitload of shit in here. But But moving on, KFC gets on it. This is hilarious. Thank you for all your questions. Let me clear you up, no doubts. Within a month, we'll be releasing a DLC with the sauces. Each one will be sold separately. You can pre-order the PNGs of our Los Gelatos before they sell out. Within a year, we'll be releasing the fried chicken patch. You'll get our entire catalog with a modest monthly price. VPNs won't be allowed to access the menus from other countries, nor sharing the PNGs with friends. If you pirate the PNGs on Pinterest, we'll come to your house. Now that last one is a reference from a Pinkertons for Magic the Gathering cards.
Oh,
they know the gamer war. They know everything about this. This was good. These are basically auto replies to comments. They just copied and pasted another tweet. I don't care if they're capitalizing off of Sony's stupidity. That's what capitalism is. When your rival and your competitor does something stupid, you say it's like Ford, like a rock. And then Ford just falls apart. And then Chevy goes, Chevy, we're not a fix it or repair daily. Like that's what capitalism. You advertise why your brand is better. That's what's also started in culture wars. That's not corporatism. That's capitalism. What we're going for right now is corporatism. So you know what? I don't mind if all these other corporate conglomerates eat Sony.
The chicken is eating the PlayStation.
Yes. The Colonel himself.
Yeah.
You know, so based on that image of the Colonel, I never saw someone told me this. This was before the meme came out. He said, yeah, the Colonel has a big head. I was like, what are you talking about? It's like, you see, he has arms and legs. And I was like, that's his tie. He's like, no, that's his arms and legs. After he pointed that out, even though that is his tie, I could never unsee it now. Yep. There's no unseeing. And then the meme just reminded me. I was like, thanks for reminding me something my friend told me. It's like,
yep. I remember learning that one. Is anyone ever going to point it out? Oh, Cash. But yep, every time I see it, it's like, oh, big-headed Colonel.
But you know what? Even God gets honest.
Oh, they've earned it.
Yeah. Even if a game vanishes from the GOG storefront, it never leaves your library. Exactly as digital ownership ought to be. They say it right there. Not digital leases, digital ownership. They made it perfectly clear. You buy from their store, you own it. Logif goes on business. And he goes, that's a very reasonable question. This is what the offline installers are for on GOG. You can download a full library and keep it on your disk for as long as you wish. So even if it goes offline, you will still have access to it. All right? And that's why, and we're going to find out, a lot of indies are starting to go to GOG. Indies are starting to, and we're going to talk about it here in a moment. But before we do, I'm going to say I give the French people a lot of shit. Canadian French, Frenchy French. And I'm still going to give them a lot of shit because they're French people. But this is the one time where I'm going to say this politician here. I never thought I would say that politician and good idea were in the same sentence. But this is a French politician, and he says with GTA 6 without a disc in 2026, and Sony's announcement of the end of physical digital disc sales for games in 2028, the question arises of how we view these products. Tomorrow you will pay without ever owning anything, no loan, no resale, no guarantee of keeping what we've paid for. That is based. He understands the core argument of what we're saying.
Yep.
But the next part is what really gave me goosebumps. Video games are not merely merchandise. They are cultural assets and the law enforced that must be applied to them. We will open the project in 2027. Players have rights too. That gave me goosebumps. I've wanted a fucking politician to say that. Why did it take a fucking Frenchie to say it?
It's bad enough when the French have decided, all right, we are in.
And I hope they don't surrender, but they're in. Jean-Luc Picard. I'm not Jean-Luc. What's his name? Miquelon?
Melicon.
I'm just gonna say Jean-Luc. All right, I'm just gonna say Jean-Luc.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't mean to say Picard. That was a brain fart. Sorry. I don't think you're watching it, but if there's anyone that's French that can make sure he gets to see this, that's watching this stuff, I'm going to give you one advice. You need to tell Yves Guillemot, who's French, and Ubisoft Paris to shut the fuck up. If he says, I want to have a word for you and remind you that you're in my pocket, you need to tell him to shut the fuck up. Because he shut down effectively the EU. Because the EU also said the same thing. I'm going to put it, they also said the same thing. And all you had to say was come in there and say, don't forget, I have you in my pocket. And then you have us Americans, right? And California, I actually told people, I can't believe I'm saying California and based in the same sentence. And they had particular games that effectively got shut down by the ESA. If you're going to do this, you need to do it. And if you do it, I guarantee you, you'll have even people who can't vote for you, but you have even foreigners saying how base you are. You might be doing this for your own political gain. Sure, I'm not going to deny that. But you do this, you're going to have gamers supporting you. And yeah, I keep saying we're small group, but we are many. We're not just living in our basements. We work jobs. We're probably in politics too. You might be a gamer yourself. Who knows? Because we got to remember, he looks about to be about Zennial to Gen X. All right, he doesn't look that old to me. All right, maybe, but he looks more like Gen Xer. Yeah, right? I could be wrong. But or he has grandkids that have games and he understands what's going on. Who knows? My point is like, you do this, I guarantee you, gamers will help you become the next French president if that's what you're aspiring for. If people don't realize this, I'm more less government person on politics. All right. But I try to keep my politics out from everything because I don't agree with the Republicans all the time. I don't even like libertarians, and I definitely don't like the left. All right, but I try to respect everybody's politics. But I tell you one thing: if Bernie Sanders was the one pulling for this, I would be supporting him 100% because no one else will. And I know it seems like I'm saying it with no thought to it, but I put a lot of thought to this. If you're not going to support my games, I will support everyone else. I will support the one who does.
You bring up something interesting. This is the perfect opportunity for Bernie to jump in and say, this is what we need to do to help the average Americans. Yes, I know how his voice kind of works, so that's why I can do his impression.
Well, here's the one thing. You know the reason why he got successful as running for president, right? Even though he didn't make it completely because of Hillary Clinton. Free college.
Yeah,
because people were saying like college is getting too expensive, and that's when that's also when socialism started going out the woodworks. Because what was his whole career was socialism. His whole political career was always talking about how back even when he had dark hair in black and white videos when he was like Meriton, people talking about how socialism is bad because people are lining up for bread. That is a good thing. I was like, and America, because this was right after I watched American Dad with the Russian mafia or something. They said in Soviet Russia, car drive you. I was like, in America, bread line up for you.
Yeah, bread literally does line up for us.
But anyways, moving on, we even have Brazilian lawmakers.
Oh, damn.
So Brazilian lawmaker Erica Hilton is taking a stand against Sony's end of this announcement, sending the issue to Brazil's Consumer Protection Agency and calling for Sony to be investigated. Oh, shit. Oof. Hilton says people will pay extra for PlayStation consoles with disk drives, so moving away from physical games raises consumer right concerns. She believes Sony should be investigated if the company releases games only in digital format to push more people towards digital-only consoles. She also wants game publishers to be clear about digital ownership so players know exactly when they own and what they own when they buy a digital game.
There's that word buy again.
Yeah.
Very, very confusing. What do they got here? Okay. I only know of 2 of these games.
I never heard of Jimmy White's 2.
Same. That honestly looked like a parody at first.
I didn't even know about Jimmy White 1.
Who the fuck is Jimmy White's? But okay.
I don't even know who Jimmy White is.
It looks like someone hosting like America's Got Talent or something.
Yeah. I do remember Game Day though. But you know, with all these people fighting, taking a stand against Sony, the last person you would think, it also stands up and even he thinks he's gay. Is Santa Claus. Santa Claus thinks Sony is gay. Made a post saying never mind about PlayStation being good, and yet somehow you found a way to be offended. And he's basically retweeting himself saying, where he said PlayStation's on the nice list, and he goes, never mind. And someone says, Jamie cares. You homophobic self saw him supporting Pride Month. No. No. This is July 2nd he posts this. So it was right after the announcement about physical. So I think this Ryder ride my butt hard. I mean, Ryder son me or whatever his name is. I honestly cannot see very well because the it's small and blurry.
Right.
I think he's a pony boy. Ride my butt harder, daddy. I mean, shit. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I am pro waffles, by the way.
Yeah. Pro pancakes. Civil War.
Next Saturday.
You know what? I will do that. I will definitely, if we ever have a disagreement live on stream, I will have the Captain America Civil War out, where it just says Civil War, flash up as a video screen.
And it'll literally be a waffle versus a pancake.
Something. But yeah, but you know, I did find this out earlier today, but we also have another platform that's 100% DRM free that could give GOG a run for their money. Probably not, but yeah, it's called Zoom. 100% DRM free, 100% of the time. Bringing back cult classics and obscurities. Basically, a button. I think they are saying they do more niche titles.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I might get that platform as well. I like niche games because, you know, the more niche they are, the more free they are. Not like free money wise, but, you know, free to create.
Mm-hmm.
So I do like my niche games.
Very cool.
I do hate his jacket though.
His jacket was ripped right out of like that transition period between the 80s and 90s.
Yes. It hurts my eyes.
It's Fortnite.
But you know, I know that you guys are going out there because some people are pointing out that Nintendo's the only one that still has physical copies so far. So you're going out and you're buying all those physical games, you might want this. Just scroll up. All the way up. But this is pretty much for the Legend of Zelda 3D printed box card case from Nintendo Switch games like Zelda Buckle Bud. Gray found on Amazon. I still did the title. It's on Amazon. However, I couldn't verify if it's physical. And I will give you the tweet to that. But I'm not going to highlight it. So I chose the Grok one so I don't get dinged. So all you do is scroll up like Karis did if you want to go look into it.
Yeah, I'm not
yeah, because I already got a counterfeit claim. I got to be careful for 90 days. And do you know how hard it is for me to be careful for 90 days?
2 weeks would be doable. Yeah, 90 days. That's difficult. This is adorable. You know, Dexter should have done something like this for his blood slides. It would have been more cool.
Yes. Yes. Maybe he actually has this, but because you like sometimes the bottles of crack or something like had dried blood on its side, like actual dried human blood.
Damn.
If they had a version of that one, I'd be like, I'll take that one too. But no, I'm actually thinking of buying this one. I won't lie, 'cause my son has a lot of Switch games, and I still keep the cases because I learned my lesson in the past. Because we don't get the books and the box art styles really good anymore, right? So I learned my lesson on that, but still, he could put his games in there, and I'll just keep the cases for him for when he gets older. And he's like, "Dad, I wish I still had my cases." I'm like, "Got you back, son. Yeah, I have your cases. Can I have my cases?" No, you can digitally download them. You don't own your cases. Now, see, that's the thing. I can actually say it because I'm his dad. It came from my money, and I can say, "No, you don't. You legally don't own your cases. I'm the one that bought them." And the court would actually side with me.
That is true. That is true.
But yeah, so there's your shut up and take my money. But no good ramblings go without cake and ice cream. And while Karis gets his cake and ice cream whenever he wants, as long as he does he's a good boy, gamers don't have to worry about that. Yeah, so Gamer Cake, we have a little bit more this week than last week, but still because we had so many companies we would have recognized for standing with us. We got another Marin Blue. And Marin Blue is ARPG with Sailor Moon outfit changing animations. Please don't click the Steam page.
Nope.
The devs would like to share smug animations of their boss characters. This time, a gunner boss. Mods, you can. I don't want him to click the page because it's Sailor Moon. And the way the animations are, it's not NSFW, but I think the AI will think it is. So
AI is kind of stupid.
Yeah. I don't want to risk it. But American Blue, bloody training your body to defy fate. This action RPG blends growth, training, and battle, builds strength, character, core power, mental resilience to survive brutal fights. Forms just as you change your combat style and the right to choose, and the right choice can decide victory. Face a dangerous world and destroy. And here he's showing the boss animations, like the actual bosses in the game.
Okay.
Yeah, he's testing certain boss types. So there is that. But maybe you don't like Amaria and Bloom. Maybe you like something more slashy, like a Vanny slash. Collecting costumes and accessories is one of the main content elements. Costumes are divided into tops and bottoms, and accessories can be equipped in the head, eye, mouth, and back. Costumes activate their passive abilities as soon as they're obtained. There's no need to actually equip them, so you can play with just your favorite appearance. And he's just showcasing that. We showcased a while back. It was only one costume. Now it seems to be the game seeming to be a bit more polished. I've noticed, and he's added more features. It's based on what I was like. Oh, I remember this game, but back then it was really ugh. Now it seems like he's improving it a little bit. The graphics are improving.
I'm getting some serious Kerrigan from StarCraft vibes.
Ooh.
Which is a good thing, I would say.
Yes. That is a good thing. But we also have a physical lead for Red Pine Lake.
Oh.
Well, actually, let me correct myself. I'm planning to release a physical edition of my game in the future. It won't require any platform or license. It will just run from the disc. I am considering a physical deluxe collector's edition too, depending on demand, but I believe in-game preservation and freedom for modern platforms rules. And yes, I found out why TJ wasn't answering.
Oh, yeah?
I forget to hit send.
I've done that
once. And so
twice.
it just, like, the X will just delete the whole message. Because like when you send something, if you delete the message, it comes back. Like Discord. So I sent to one today. I made sure I hit send. I said, I want to schedule you, TJ. We want to see you come talk about your game. You can talk all about the cake of your game all you want. I don't care. It's like we want to talk about your game.
Show your shit for us, TJ.
And Baked Linguini again. He always showed places he rated not too long ago. But yes, hello from the Rumble side of things.
Welcome.
But yes, Red Pine Lake. Wishlist it now. But, some people are like, how can I get a wife that hot on Red Pine Lake? Well, I don't know about that, but you can get a wife like this. And the developer here just says, all you have to do one thing. Wishlist be crowned on Steam. That's it. You can get a wife like this. Now, what does Becrowned you say? It's a surreal survival horror that explores how your unfulfilled desire will manifest as your greatest torment. And since that's obvious, the character's the wife is your greatest desire, and your torment is like, oh, this could be real realistic. Every wife is your greatest torment. They start off with your best friend, a girlfriend that sometimes tries to, would you love me if I was still a butterfly? To just a constant nagging torment until you die or you get divorced.
La Vista is trauma.
Pretty much.
As many of us have.
Yeah.
You know what this reminds me of is Indigo Prophecy from the 2000s. It has it's like one or two notches above that in terms of graphical design, but that Dutch angle, little more simplistic fidelity. It reminds me a lot of that.
Yeah, I think it's really. I still think you can tell it's from another time, but how the tiles aren't as stretched. It's still simplistic, but it's not as stretched.
Yeah.
If I guarantee if you put it back there, and back then, yeah, it would still be considered, the same time frame for that, so like cutting graphics for that time period. But here, it also still looks like it can still fit this time frame.
It could, yeah.
Stylized graphics tend to do very well than realistic. Because look at the OG Spyro games. Yeah, there are blocks, right? I can't defend the OG Tomb Raider on that one, but Spyro I kind of can.
Let's go real quick. Yeah.
That's not OG, is it? Where's the one that was had triangle?
Yeah, where's the triangles?
I think that's a remaster. I could be wrong though.
It's not going to give it. Oh, here we go.
Yeah. See, that's going to be hard to defend. You could probably mistake that for an indie game title.
Yeah, these would be the graphics you find on your average itch.io.
Yeah. Right. The one on a third image there would probably borderline itch.io, subpar Steam.
Yeah.
But still it would still be passing for today's graphics.
Like baby second video game kind of thing.
Yeah. The middle one definitely would be considered modern day graphics. No, not that one. The middle center. Yes, with the tummy tuck. You can't see her face, so I don't know. But that would definitely be I would see that as early 2010s graphics, originally for cutting edge.
Yeah.
But for us, it would still pass as modern graphics. I don't know why they keep trying to say, oh, we need a new console or we need to upgrade our hardware for every one extra pixel we make. I'm like, dude.
Only one.
Dude, really? Your technology isn't growing. You're just shoving new hardware. Just go with what you have. And then when you can make Bill Nye the Science Guy digital version look like Bill Nye the Science Guy real life version, then we can talk about we need the new upgrade hardware stats. It's okay to have slow down the hardware for a while. It's okay. But you know what? I got you another physical release game.
Oh.
Yeah, this is called Spine Fu. And it says they're going for physical or digital. You own it. Look what he says. This is from the devs. We build the game. Look, we build the game. You decide how you own it. Spine is coming both physical and digital. Physical or digital, he's saying you own it. The choice is, this is an indie dev.
Where's
so
mine?
You know what? Even if it's not a game. Oh, you did. I like choices.
Of course I did.
I like the plot armor. I like the 2-layer plot armor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's lots going on in this image, and I
think it's a cyberpunk game though.
What the fuck is on her left leg?
I don't know. I think
that's an explosive of some sort.
Yeah, I think he posed a model. That's why it looks so awkward like that.
Yeah.
But either way, I think the game would look kind of fun for me to play. I won't lie. But even if it wasn't, the fact he says physical and digital, I would still invest in it. I'd still buy it. Even if I don't play, I'd still buy it because he's saying it's my game. And even if it's a crappy game, it's at least I own it. That's not a base take. It's no, it is a base take. I own this one. I can modify it. He can't say shit. I can make you the main character into a Fuda because it's my copy of the game, and he can't say shit because he just said it's mine. I don't own his IP. I own my copy of that game. And I can fix it however I want. I can make her run around with dildos and slapping everybody, or make the bullets and lasers be dildos, elongated dildos. I could do anything degenerate I want.
Just go full Saints Row and just the baseball bat with the dildo on it.
No, obviously I probably wouldn't do a lot of degenerate shit to it, but I'm just saying it's I could do whatever I want. It's the point. But if you're going to think of the degeneracy, that's yeah, that says more about you degenerate. I'm just saying I could do that.
Yes, that's the point of ownership. I bring up Half-Life 2 quite often because you literally can mod that any fucking way you want, and people have. They put anime characters and replaced Alex Vance with fucking anime that doesn't make sense to the game, but you can do that.
I remember playing Left 4 Dead, or was it Left 4 Dead 2? One of the two, and with one of my friends, and we were in the VC, and I would hear, yeah, okay. It's like this weird noise. Like, what the fuck? Because I don't see the changes he did. I just hear these weird sounds. Mm-hmm. And I look over at his screen in the VC, and he turned all of us all the Left 4 Dead characters into anime girls in high school outfits.
Wow.
I'm like, I have questions about your sanity. I shouldn't, because I know I'm worse, but this is not what I expected from you. And it makes it worse because they look like anime girls. He goes, "Oh no, this is schoolboy. This is a schoolboy mod." I was like, "The what?" He sent me the link. It was actually boys in schoolgirl outfits.
So it was a femboy mod. Okay,
it was a femboy mod. But he called it the schoolboy mod. I was like,
"Okay."
I thought, like, you deserved a demented crown.
To each their own.
It's like there are some lines I won't cross, but he clearly crossed them. And he's not gay. He just had an obsession with femboys.
Closeted furry, maybe? Who knows?
No, he's perfectly straight. He's just not all there. I'm not kidding. He's not all there. He has his moments of insanity, and I'm not talking like get angry at the game insanity. There are times you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like that scene from the B movie where the woman says something, the guy looks back at her like, are you insane? If you remember what I'm talking about. Yeah, that whole thing describes him when he does have a lapse in sanity. He's just like, you're like, what are you talking about? But anyways, moving on, we have milestones to cover, and we need to speed through because, all right, where'd I put it? There.
Are you saying you want out?
There it is. Yes, the gaming milestones where we cover everything, and this is a nice little story for you, Carriage. Here, this guy tried to apply for GOG. Now, click the tweet that he originally used. Not that one. That one, yes. He tried to apply for GOG, and GOG wouldn't even respond, right? And GOG just responded to them. All right, he says, "I just checked, and it looks like the submissions got stuck, and somehow the initial after initial approval, we'll reach out and to you shortly to fix this, mate." And go back to the original link. You're all legends. GOG reached out. Give us some time, and we're going to do our best to get there as soon as it's over. So Big Fry's games are going over to GOG Transient. But since they're not on GOG yet, we do have the Steam version for y'all. I thought that was a nice thing, but basically, if you don't like Lavisto, yeah, we understand Transient was a big deal. Transient is where you become an accountant, a hired mercenary who keeps the books balanced by any means necessary. This time, though, you are the intended target. Take a journey through New Houston in the year 2056 and follow one man's tale of revenge as he escapes transients. So, yeah, it's basically a shooter.
Nice.
Yeah, and you can get on Steam, or you could wait for it on GOG, or you could do both. Also, speaking of GOG, you can use the Heroic Launcher. And this is something I learned recently on Steam, Steam Deck, and Steam Machine to incorporate your GOG library into Steam's OS gaming mode. So remember how I said I wish we could, you could buy your games on GOG and transfer it on Steam.
Wow.
That's what I'm reading here. That's what it says.
That is good to know. I guess for the sake of convenience, that would work. So I wouldn't have to launch multiple browsers or multiple distros. Mm-hmm. But I honestly don't mind loading up GOG or, I don't even need to load GOG. I just launch the damn game. This would have a bit of a convenience factor. I don't think I would get used to it though, just because it's like my brain already knows I don't need Steam for X game. But that is cool to know.
I would like to at least have a reduced price to have the DRM out of it, if I like a reversal where I could bring it to GOG. And guy says, "Oh yeah, we have it, but so you have the game up to you for a reduced price, just so you have it DRM free." And then I'll just play my DRM free game on Steam.
The way we used to.
Yeah. But I felt like that was a milestone. But with all the rioting against PlayStation, there's quite a bit of a milestone that's taking change. Change starts. What? Is that the one I sent you? There we go. A change position. Change position is asking Sony to keep the physical games has passed 12,000 verified signatures in just under 24 hours, and it's still climbing, even calling back to PlayStation 2013 dunk on Xbox. And we got the clip for later.
It's at 56,000.
Yeah, that's not even 24 hours. That's not even 48 hours yet. Or is it?
Yeah.
It started sometime after the announcement, so I will say definitely not. It's definitely under 72 hours. It's just climbing because 3 times 12 is 36, I believe, 36,000. That's over 3 times the initial 12-hour response.
Jeez.
In under 3 days. It's just getting faster. But yeah, definitely sign that change position. I don't think it's going to do anything. I'm going to tell y'all why. I could be wrong. I have been wrong before and have been shocked and surprised and caught completely off guard. And I did sign, even though I'm not a Sony PlayStation player. I haven't played PlayStation since the PS1, back when it was called the PlayStation. Because I was a Halo boy. I won't lie. I was like, I love my Halo. But my sisters played PlayStation, and I wasn't playing the whole Xbox superior to PlayStation, PlayStation superior to Xbox. No, I wasn't even though I joke around, I wasn't even PC best race. I was like, everyone has their preferred play style. I don't care.
Yep.
I really don't care. Because if I could, I'd own them all. Like, that was my mentality. If I could own them all, I would. And that way I could play anything I want. And it's like, we'll just get a PC. It's like, no. I like to have an idea of having 2 different consoles. It adds to my physical collection.
Yep.
What I call, and I got this from one of the gaming guys, I forget which one, but they had this section called the Wall of Doom, and it showed everyone's gaming collections each month at the end of the magazine. Which I'm trying to do myself, but people don't submit images, so I just deleted that channel on YouTube. Fuck it, whatever. No one wants to get their stuff showcased and credited. I get it. But yeah, it's growing.
This will be interesting to see. Gotta keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, and Carrots, I know you're turning 41 today, but you know who's also turning 41 today? Today is the 41st anniversary of Back to the Future, released in 1985. The game. Super Sissy is a retro player from Asia. But yeah.
This game sucked too, I think. It wasn't great.
But still, it's like, Back to the Future, I want everyone in my audience to feel old.
And just for the record, I turn 42 in a couple days.
I was trying to make you feel younger.
I appreciate the effort. I will take the jest.
I could say, Carrot, I know you're turning 14, but number one, that'd be too unrealistic. And number two, I would have every international child labor law coming after me. I'm like, you really think a 14-year-old can grow a beard like that?
Rip.
But yes, those are the gaming milestones. Now we have some gaming updates, including some that Bo would like.
Bo, where you at?
He's not here anymore. Prepare yourself for Legacy of the Giant Kings, a free 4-part story arc beginning July 21st. Descend beyond the unnamed city and conquer the terrifying cyclopean halls. This dungeon holds more than just ancient secrets. The first story arc introduced legendary repair, a long requested community feature. So yeah, they're adding more content. I find it nice. I should have realized that. I thought it was going to be like one that we're going to upgrade the graphics and call it done. But no, they're still doing things to Conan Exiles, which is nice. As well as a mod.
This really shows the dedication to the team.
Mm-hmm. But yes, Forge Your Literacy modding contest. If you're a modder and you like to mod games and you mod Conan Exiles, they have a mod contest. Luvisto, give me more information. I can't because I just found this out last night and I was trying to get these notes in for Karis. And but you can, if you have the game, and you should, if you actually care that much. The full announcement is on Twitter, but it's also on Steam. But we're just letting you know there's a mod contest.
I was thinking there might be the link down here, but nope.
No
one's posted.
The link is in there, but I'm not going to worry about it. But I wanted to. Remember people were asking me about this. Multiple people. But they're like mentioning Windrose and asking like when's the next update. I said, oh, it's around here now sometime. Yeah, they just shortly after I said that they said this. Ahoy, captains! We're excited to our first look at our next major update, Ashlands. This development blog is a high level overview of what we're working on. Read it on Steam. So yeah, they were quiet for a while, and around the time they said they'd give more news about Ashlands, they did. Right on schedule. So it's not out. The Ashland's not out yet, but the news about it, like they said, is right on schedule. So
this is good. They keep their head down when they don't have anything, and then peak up when they say, "Yo, update soon," and then peace out.
Yep. By the way, speaking of people who keep their heads down and jump space all the time, this little old news, but Jump Space had launched a weapons update, which when I went down to check it out, they changed a lot in the game. It's not the same game. I mean, it still is, yes, but it's not at the same time. It's more polished. It's more refined. The maps aren't as linear. You get to choose multiple options of how you're going to take out the missions. You get 3 ships now. The new ship, however, is more co-op friendly. You don't have pilot guns, but you have a stronger hull. It looks cooler too. The weapons have different abilities, so no 2 weapons can be the same. It has different perks, and plus they level up. So, and you can store them in your armory. You don't have to keep holding on to them and worry about if you die, they just disappear. Because if you save them in the slots, you can rebuild them.
Yeah, that's a real nice thing.
I have an epic laser sword.
Just those words, epic laser sword.
Yeah. I held that onto that thing since the original, like before this big update. I had that laser sword. I forget what they called it, but it's a sword, right? When we got to when I came back and reinstalled and logged into it, it said it had a purple bar, which is one of the more higher quality swords. I was like, fuck yeah. It was in my thing. I was like, yes, I'm not losing this. And I realized, oh wait, it's already in my armory. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the update on this. They evidently got feedback, or they already had planned to expand on stuff. They just needed to work on it since the update. How long has it been? Probably since 6 months since we all played this in just this succession rush, and now it's like I said, it's different, but it's not different. It's like there's aspects of it that we had to relearn. Like, oh, I thought we did this we do that instead. What?
Yeah, there's a lot of new rules. The AI is a little smarter. Like you saw the AI voice. I know people were like, "Oh, AI, I know." These are indie devs. These aren't AAA. So shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear it from you, bitch. But anyways, No, Jump Space has the biggest update ever, and it's really good. I liked it. Must play, must have. You haven't gotten it, get the game. Why did you get the game yet?
Fully endorsed.
Tell them to shut up and take your money. Okay, don't do that because they might turn into Ubisoft or EA. Speaking of Epic Game Devs, my first stream started with this, and so I always mention it every time I see it. So, popular survival crafting game Enshroud is hitting full release in October. So they're also getting out of early access.
Nice.
This was the game I played when someone said, "There's no good games. All games are woke." I just bought this game and was playing when I heard that, and I was like, "Motherfucker!" My first live stream was this game. So if you want to blame, if you don't want to blame a person, any one person, for why Levicho runs his own thing, you want to blame him for he's on his first streams. You want to blame Enshrouded, an indie game that I said was if Fallout, Fable, and Minecraft had a massive orgy at E3, and a baby came out from it, this would be that game.
They all made it under AY. This was the result.
You just see inspirations from that. You'll see like the Fable-esque design. You'll see the whole vault system from Fallout, and then the crafting from Minecraft. Like that's what, and I love the game. I love this game.
Get it?
Yeah, definitely. But now we're moving into the upcoming games. The last thing, and I see the time we're going a little over, so we're not going to do too many. But I did promise some people because I did post. I want to showcase your game. But we got some GOG games to start off with, including a simulator, not some big, just a storage hunter simulator. It's now on GOG. If you've ever thought about buying abandoned luggage or storage units, this is the way to do it without all the IRL risks. We talk about, I want to find a suitcase full of plutonium.
Doc Brown storage.
Shortly after I converted to Islam, so I could properly do it in the most holy and ethical way.
Yes.
I'll call it the Allahu Snakbar. And it'll be powered by plutonium. You thought I was talking about tactical nukes. How racist are you?
No, I thought you were talking about plutonium gumball machines.
Oh, okay, yeah. That'll be better. But also, if you like Resident Evil 2, there's a 50% off deal also on GOG for the original, not the remake. Yeah, it's on September 30th, 1988, 2 months after the events, and it's on GOG. These weren't, I promised they would put out there, but we always do the GOG first. Here, this person, I told him, like, if you have a game, I want to showcase your game, and a man of my word, this is it. It's a suspense game set in the subway after midnight. You watch security cameras as eerie events unfold and decide if it's a fatigue, malfunction, or something far darker until 8 a.m. 8 a.m., the subways. Wish it listed on Steam. And like I remember seeing this one. And we did.
I might have even posted about this one. I can't remember.
Yeah. I had found a few more posted later on, and I'm just not getting notifications of it. One of them, so if you guys are watching this, the one that will notice will know you need to do more work on your game. We actually looked your game up. We won't like point it out or anything because we don't want to give you a bad light. It's like we like what you got, but we need to see some more polish on it before we'll show it. Not this one though.
I know the one you're talking about. I've actually had a little bit of discussion on the YouTube comments. Like the dev responded, I think within the hour of my initial comment. And so I expanded on a little bit. I'm probably going to give him my email and we'll chat about more stuff that doesn't need to drag into a full-on chain. But yeah, the fact that he is responding shows that he seems to care, and I might as well carry on with that.
Because if I thought it was a scam one, I wouldn't even mention it. Like I told you, it's like I want to showcase it, but I also know how people look at it. Like this looks like a rip-off quick flip. And no, this guy, he's got something there. It just needs more polish.
Yes.
That's all we're going to say. It just needs polish. Because it took us a while to figure it out, or cares to figure out.
Yeah, we had to figure out, like, what do we do? Like,
there is no yellow paint anywhere. And this is probably one of those games where you need some sort of yellow paint. This is one of those games that you kind of, because it's a new concept. It's a very interesting game mechanic concept. So you kind of need to explain it. But next we have Cinder City. It's an open world TPS in a ruined city. Just released on the Steam page. The combat depiction visual expressions are pretty cool, I think.
Ooh. Some Kamehas in there.
Mm-hmm. This is a Korean game. It's set in Seoul.
Oh.
Yeah. I looked it up. It's like, oh, this sounds cool. So you know that the women are going to look kind of hot as fuck. Very Korean-y, obviously, but hot as fuck.
Kind of, or just will?
I'm trying to be very vague.
They're hidden under all that plot armor.
Yeah. We'll show one more, but the one I want to show, actually two. We'll do two more. Three more. There are three really good ones. One of them has a EULA, but it's called Star Wraith Demo. All right. You do build and customize your ship, PvP, extraction with solo and co-op, modular ship design, loot, extract, upgrade, unique pilot abilities.
This is like somewhere between EVE Online and No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
This looks really good.
Mm-hmm.
There's purple, bisexual lighting. Done.
I know. But look at that shit design. It kind of reminds me of Starfield.
Yeah. And these are non-AAA devs.
Mm-hmm. No, this is some of this gaming reviews. But I don't think Carrigan is AAA. I don't think.
Yeah.
Maybe AA, but not AAA.
Ooh, you can lose parts of your ship?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. That's something that's always been kind of a flaw with, I guess, just ship designs in general, but I kind of understand from a logical, like, mechanical standpoint, is the fact of your ship is always just kind of in one piece. It doesn't deteriorate into, like, nothingness, which I always thought kind of broke the illusion just a touch.
Yeah. But other than that, we have Beyond These Stars. Beyond These Stars is pretty cool. It's a colony sim. But no, that's not it. It's like I said, we're going to skip that one.
Oh, derp.
But that's Guardians of the Wild Sky. It's called Beyond These Stars.
There we go.
Yeah, I had to make it bigger. But this is a colony sim where you build a town on the back of a space whale. All right, there are no bloody elements like wars or invasions, but the biggest threat is that the whale is serving you as your foundation has its own ego. If you pollute, it complains. If it gets hungry and it ignores the player's instruction and crashes into asteroids on its own, it's thrilling to have to manage complex infrastructure in the limited space of its back while also keeping this massive creature in a good mood. I thought that was an interesting mechanic.
Yeah, that's bringing in like the whole Gaia, the heart of your world, except it's a literal sense that you're building on the back of a living thing, and you better not piss it off.
It's kind of like Discworld, the game. If you don't know what Discworld is, it was an entire world on the back of a turtle.
No, I don't think I've...
You'll have to look that up. Discworld.
I will do that. Well, first I'm going to make a note on it.
Yeah. But we have this more of Carrots of Speed, and they are here. Alien Abductor Horror, a first-person cinematic alien horror challenging 20,000 sci-fi thrillers where a journalist investigates Sherman Farm with no weapons or safety nets. So clearly it's woke because there's no weapons. Surviving by awareness, timing, and knowing when to stay still.
I played the demo on this, and if you've ever watched The X-Files and Signs, this will remind you a lot of Signs, especially like cornfields. Oh boy. Like, you may watch Signs now and be like, oh, this is cheesy. No, that movie was fucking scary when I watched it in theaters. And so, yeah, this has some, like, there's expanded storyline. Like, even for the demo, they expand, like, they go back, like, 50 years in one of the sections of the demo. It's like, holy shit, you actually wrote out some proper fucking lore. So, yeah, this is good.
Yeah. Okay, and that wraps up Dragon Bites. Now we get into the bigger issues. So all y'all who left, come back, please. We're going to talk about the culture war now.
Global warming. Wait, what?
Oh, sorry, I just farted. You know, Taco Tuesdays. Those taco employees, they've really added the extra jalapenos. They need to lay off eating the freaking salsa bags. Wait, what? You're not supposed to eat them? They were dead inside, so it was okay. They had no career, no future. I mean, would you feel like you had hope in the future if you had to clean the Taco Bell toilets every night before you closed up shop?
Yeah, I'd rather be staying at Fazbear's Pizza.
I did them a favor. I'm a humanitarian. But yeah, so this is from E3 2013, where Jack Tritton is on stage talking about how PS4 will support physical discs that gives players full control over their games and what they want to do with them. Okay. It's 32 clip, but people keep reminding people about this since this. Like, they trolled Xbox. This is probably one of the few times where I'll admit, yeah, this is one of those few times the Pony Boys actually had a win in culture. And it was a very small one. I won't lie. I'm not saying it to be mean. I'm just saying to be honest. It was a small one. It was a very small win, especially after what PlayStation did not 13 years later.
Yeah.
Okay. But what PlayStation did, Hideo Kojima predicted this, and I kept this in my bookmarks. And I'm glad I did. This is from 2021, I believe. Yeah, 2021. Because eventually, even digital data will no longer be owned by individuals on their own initiative. When there is a major change or accident in the world, in a country, in a government, in an idea, in a trend, access to it may suddenly be cut off. We will not be able to freely access the movies, books, and music that we once loved. I can't read that. Be a have, not out. I don't think he translated that well. That's not what I'm afraid of. This is not greed. What he's, and it's kind of true. It's what he says, because I remember there was this old movie we had to watch as kids about in the future firemen weren't taking out fires; they were finding books and burning them. Fahrenheit 11, I think it was what it's called. Because the Fahrenheit 11 is the heat of the fire you need to burn the books efficiently. And then you have
451.
Yeah, 451 or something like that. It was a very weird 70s movie that we had to watch in school. I thought it was like a school propaganda film until I found out it was an actual movie. I was like, the 70s were weird. But there was that. Then you had the culture war. You had people trying to censor games. Like, he's not wrong. Right? And this is the guy that made one of the games he made was Metal Gear Solid. He made the Metal Gear Solid series. Okay. So this is a guy with some background, right? And then we have go ahead and put the next one where I say people aren't going to buy the PS anyways. I'm bringing these up because I'm giving y'all some context.
Thank you, Skyler.
All right. Because I have to make sure I take care of something with my son. This is back when Sony says they're going to move to Steam games. Okay. Sony's pulling PlayStation games off PC. Here's the real reason why. We're not going to read that whole article. I just want to point out that this was in May 2026. Okay, not that long ago, right? And then if you go to the X.com Pirate Nation status, the former PlayStation boss Johnny Layden says he doesn't think Sony should stop bringing PlayStation games to PC. Layden explained that the strategy was never just about making games more money. He said PC players weren't going to buy the hardware anyway. So releasing games on PC gave Sony a chance to reach the people who were never going to buy a PlayStation console. All right, if you're going to buy a PlayStation console, that's why. Like this is the argument for inclusivity, right? I'll admit that it's very logical. Okay. He also criticized people who say PC releases but hurt PlayStation, saying, "I know everyone online is marketing business analysts and darn near every part time psychologist." So he's calling everybody out, right? On his
Yep.
All right. But he forgets something, and everybody forgets something. Not all games were removed from PlayStation. Just single player. The live service games were left on.
Convenient.
Yeah, and we're going to show you how convenient that is. I like to build this stuff, but before I switch these things over, but can you do the one where it says this fight is over 16 years old? I want to start with that one. Video game firms fight back against used game sales.
Ooh.
This was from 2010.
Damn.
Yeah. They hated GameStop, electronics boutiques, you selling your game that you thought was awesome and realized it sucks, and you sold it to Hitaru for $6 before y'all started dating. That whole deal, right? They hate that because that's it. When GameStop sells Blood Rain, the pre-used copy, right?
Yeah.
Sony doesn't get a cut of that.
Exactly.
GTA 6, the physical edition, they sell it for $70 or $100, right? Let's just say they had a physical edition. Just humor me here. I know they don't have a physical. Let's say they did. GTA 6, the physical edition, comes out. You buy it. You play it. It sucks. Return policy says you cannot be refunded once the package is open. So you sell it to them for a 30th of the price, right? And they sell it for 45% of that price to the next person. PlayStation never gets a cent of that transaction between you and GameStop. GameStop already bought the game to sell you. They got their stuff. But if they put it digital, right? If they put it digital, they can sell it to you over and over and over and over again. And if Carrots wants my game, I can't sell it to him. He has to pay full price, $79 to $80, even though the game might be 20 years old down the road.
You know what the unfortunate thing?
They don't want to depreciate the value of it.
Years ago, there was actually an argument, mostly led by Total Biscuit. Like, Total Biscuit wasn't perfect. And this is one of those times where I think he might have been a little short-sighted on this. He argued how the secondhand sales of GameStop were actually a terrible, bad thing. He was one of those people that was pushing this argument. And looking back on that, there's a lot of us that actually followed that logic. That, yeah, we should buy the game at full price because we should support the devs. But looking on that today, we clearly had a different perspective of what it meant to support a dev and how a dev actually perceived his customers then versus now.
Yeah. But I also want to point out, now we go to the Ars Technica and Sony claims to offer subs appropriate value. And I mean subscriptions, not the bottoms. This is from 2024. Sony announced the end of PlayStation. Is that the same one?
It's Ars Technica.
That's 2026. Okay, I fucked it up. I see what happened. Okay. No.
You want the blog?
No, because this one's above the fight is over 16 years old. Maybe I didn't send it to you. I thought I updated this because that was the one I derped on. I had to fix. Here. It's in my copy, so maybe I didn't send you this one. I sent it in the DM chat.
Okay.
This is from 2024. Sony claims to offer subs appropriate value for deleting digital libraries. This is when Famicom was being pulled off of PlayStation.
Oh, yeah.
This is in 2024. All right. People got mad because they believe they owned the anime they bought on PlayStation because they didn't read the EULAs. You know, they were like, yes, I'll sign this EULA so I can hurry up and watch my thing or play my game. And I'm perfect. And the corporation reads like, okay, he's perfectly okay with having an Asian guy's ass sewed onto his mouth.
Are you saying you want out? Fine, you don't want to be part of this? Then just sign right here. No, you didn't read it! This says we don't ever have to let you out and then we can do whatever we want! Damn it, why won't it read?
But yeah, so I'm just trying to build up to this so y'all can see like the timeline and everything's happening here. But now go to the thing that says according to Grips Gamefly. I want to point something else interesting here. This is from an independent analyst service, and what they're showing here is that Gamefly's rentals are going up. Right? It shows a little down here, but look at that revenue. I think. Can you actually scroll down a little more? There's supposed to be a chart that shows you. See, look right there. E-commerce from 2018, I think it says, or
2020
for the last 10 years. While games have been sold at $100 a pop, have gone down. The rentals have gone up for physical. Gamefly does not do digital; they do physical. So why own something that might be shit when you can actually try it out for like half a price or $8 a pop, $250. And you gotta remember, you have a 30-day free trial, right? They
do movies too.
But your rentals, look at that. Your rentals are $13 one rental at a time, $18.50. It's kind of like Blockbuster. It still exists, and it's modern age of streaming and digital downloads. They're still out there doing this shit. I remember GameFly from before I joined the Army in the early 2000s. Back when mail order Redbox and Blockbuster, where you mailed out your rentals, right? Were still were a thing. That's how old GameFly is, and they're still around. Look at all that.
Here's a question. Levistro, throw out a game.
Leisure Suit Larry. Horny Score. Oh, you want a game that we can actually do on here and not get in trouble for?
I just thought
Dragon Age Origins.
Dragon Age. That was probably PlayStation 4.
Yeah, go ahead. Dragon. I don't know. I just look at that. Yeah, Spider-Man Miles Morales, Sekiro Dies Twice, Red Dead Redemption, Dragon Age Dragon Age Origins. Yeah. They even have the GameFly and Metacritic ratings. So you could go click on to see if it's an actual good game based on Gamer and Euroanalyst review. I haven't done GameFly in a while. I haven't looked, too much into it. When I saw it, it's like, okay, they're doing physical stills. That's good. They even have 360 titles. So if you want to play 360 titles, look at that. Just saying. Just putting that out there. I remember playing that game. That game was weird.
It definitely got some shit when it initially released, but I think people look back on it now as it misunderstood. People, I never had a problem with it, but I think people look back on it now with like, yeah, this wasn't as bad. Games have gotten shit since then. Yeah. But yeah, this is fantastic.
With 3 different color endings and more features in a mixtape.
Yes.
At its age. Just pointing that out there. But yeah, so you had that, right? But now we're going to go. We do have the Sony blog for context. We want to have it, but I want to cover the Ars Technica.
Okay.
The next one, the one that says Sony announced the yes, that one. This is interesting because they have a bit of things in here. Could you scroll down a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
So down there, right above where it says you don't own digital rights, it says no companies. You're here. Scroll up a little bit. Right there. Yeah, no companies other than Sony, subsidiary Sony Digital Audio Disc Corporation, make PlayStation discs. So today's announcement signals the end of physical copies of PlayStation games and marks Sony's evolution towards a licensing-only sales model. They make their own discs. All right, that's the thing I want to point out here, because all right, I have my notes here. I'm pulling them up, right? Because trust me, if we did it where I showed y'all the article, y'all would be glazing your eyes. I just got my notes here, okay? Sony historically, Sony has enforced strict minimum order quantities for PlayStation games. They used to require a minimum of thousands of units, often tiered to 1 to 3,000 to start for indie tiers, but requiring significantly larger tens of thousands of batches for mainstream distribution. And believe it or not, it's actually still a lot harder for an indie company to get physical copies of their games from Sony. That's usually why they go to limited run games or third party creators who have a license from Sony to make these discs, these discs that are usually custom. They're made and custom ordered, right? For the they cover all the costs for the indie dev, and they get a little profit from it, right? So there's that back door for them. But it's still very rare because you have to have a certain amount of sales, right? Because they still have to follow through with Sony DADC licensed facility, right? A filmmaker like a filmmaker that makes movies, an indie filmmaker, can still do like 50 Blu-rays for a movie. The reason why it's different for PlayStation is because the hardware requires encrypted, industrialized, replicated discs made by exclusively made by Sony DADC, or people that are licensed through them, right? That'll be like limited run games. This is why you don't see that. Now, I wasn't sure about covering it, but I want to bring this up because, well, we've been saying it before that indie gamers have been buying indie games almost exclusively over the past 5 years. All right. Now, I'm sorry, kids. I have to make sure my son does his thing. Could you take over from here? And then if you need to take a break when I come back, I'll take over.
Which article? Which article?
This article. This is where I was going to let us. Or you can do that one or the Sony blog. Either way, but basically, this is the start of the topic now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do this. All right. This is definitely surprising. I didn't actually know that PlayStation, like when you order product from PlayStation, you buy a personal license to use for that product, private, not commercial use. Obviously, that license is not transferable unless your local applicable laws say it must be. That's interesting. This means you can use a product in the ways described in license, but does not own the product. Blah blah blah. Let's see. Gaming companies rarely delete previously purchased games from the customers' libraries, but it is possible. Yep, 2013. Oh no, I was thinking something else. Valve pulled copies of Order of War Challenger from customers' lab. I did not know this, or I forgot about this. Order of War. What the hell was even that? Oh, okay, that game. After the server shut down, rendering copies useless. Ugh, not good look for Valve. It would be shocking and popular for Sony to remove purchase games from gamers' digital libraries, but considering that you do not own the product, as Sony puts it, the risk remains. Risk apparently has always remained. That's something that I think people were getting annoyed with the fact that, yeah, they didn't read the EULA, but the fact that we were willingly lied to when it said you can go and buy the game. They knew that they knew the words that they were saying were not true. Buying is not actually buying anymore, and they knew that. And I think people are getting annoyed at the fact that, yeah, they trusted the verbal agreement or the verbal marketing that said, yeah, we can go buy this thing, even though the legalese said otherwise. And Sony knew that people weren't going to look at the legalese for the most part. And those who did could just be equated as quacks. Oh, what, you don't like Sony? Like, it'd just be the tribalism thing to shut them up. And that seems to be what we're encountering a little bit here. Furthering this concern, Sony has announced today that we'll close the PlayStation Store, PS3 and Vita. USA, yeah, we read that a little bit. To ease the transition, players will still be able to download previously purchased content after closing the store for the foreseeable future. So the back end will remain open for what you've purchased, but nothing new can be acquired, which means they want to downsize the cloud storage that they have. They want to shorten up the licensing, because presumably they have like what they is called like a bursting in cloud, where if you have maxed out what your storage is, you have a buffer that you can bleed over into so that you don't breach any kind of like hardware, you don't like kill your servers and whatnot. And they don't want to use that anymore. They want to have just like a fixed amount of people who, like, if people 1.2 million have bought in something, they want to ensure only 1.2 million people have access to those servers without bringing more people in. Both blog posts have comments decrying Sony's announcements and their implications of for own. So that's the thing. They implied ownership, even though the fucking legalese said otherwise. I think that's what a lot of people are pissed off over. Is you said we owned it, but then your legal said not to, and they just said not our fault. Or I don't even think they were saying that. They're just like not even acknowledging it. Another disappointing decision made in the same day. No matter how many users still use these stores, they should remain open. Money decides otherwise. So much content released digital only, even on these platforms, these games will be lost to time. Sony wants them lost to time, it would seem. As we've heard from the likes of Capcom, GOG had to fight tooth and nail just to get access to the rights for the first three Resident Evil games, with literally VP saying, why would someone want to get those? The superior product is in the remakes. They can't even understand. It's like a car salesman doesn't understand why you'd want to have a 67 Shelby when you can get a 2025 whatever or 2026 whatever the fuck. They don't understand why you want that 67 car. It doesn't matter if it runs better or if you've maintained it. It doesn't matter how much restoration. It looks fucking fantastic there. But that's an old car. Why do you want that? And I think that's where people are just like, their brains are cracking and they're like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I got a better one for you on that car relation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
A car salesman won't understand why you want a 1967 Chevy Impala Sport sedan when you can get a 2026 Impala. And the reason why I would want one is because I saw the Supernatural series and I like that version of the car.
It does look better. The Impala,
more relevant to the conversation.
the Eleanor, fucking hell! Like I never knew the beauty of the '60s era of cars until I saw Gone in 60 Seconds, and that's was like, okay, I get it now. I totally understand.
Yeah.
There's one thing that no one seen, unless you've got notes in here. But there's one thing that no one is asking, which has been in my mind since halfway through at like the hour and a half mark. Why doesn't Sony simply downsize their physical disc production rather than nuke it entirely? The numbers obviously show that, yeah, more people download digital. They license, purchase digital than they do physical. even though the physical, like volumetric ones, like they're showing, no, I bought in all these games. It's not enough. The numbers just don't support it on PlayStation's side. Then downsize it. Don't strip it out entirely. Make it a niche department of your production. You have the infrastructure. Cut back your staff. Renege on your power contracts and whatnot. Only run your manufacturing Monday, Wednesday, and Friday or something like that. Cut back your production, but don't nuke it entirely. That's the retarded part that I'm wondering why no one's talking about. Why Sony isn't even considering is, yeah, we were only bringing in like X amount of percent. So we're going to scale our physical production to match that because we know there's some people that still get it. And we don't want to completely cut out our physical audience. No, they're just like, physical audience, fuck you, go screw yourself, buy digital only. Like, they have an option to have their cake and eat it too. And they're just not doing it. But these are executives who don't understand why we prefer having these things. They go and they watch fucking opera in a language they can't even speak. Yeah. So I guess I understand that.
Well, here's another thing. I forgot to send this to you. Okay, this is older. Okay, this is a much older. This is a much older topic. Okay, I'm putting it in a private chat. But I see this. I see your super chat. I'll get right to it here after I send this to Karis. But this is from February 2026. But Clownfish TV covered it in I think 2024, 2025. It's in the comments. It's in the private chat right now. I forgot to edit it in there, and I just noticed that. But we do got Dorian. Hello, appreciate Luvistra and the Dragon Bright crew. Yes, thank you, Dorian. Saw you had some more shorts and streams. Everyone, Dorian is a retro gamer who plays. He's trying to play his backlog.
Ooh.
He's French Canadian or Canadian. I can't remember which. He told me once. I can't remember if he was French Canadian or Canadian, but he's still Canadian. He streams on Rumble and YouTube, and he has some shorts on YouTube as well.
Nice.
I used to be good at letting him know when I'm there in the chat, but I'm the lurker type viewer, so I lurk and view. But yeah, definitely recommend the dude if you want to watch some good old shows from him.
Dorian, I think have I seen you and Smash JT stream? That photo looks familiar. I feel like I've seen your name. So welcome.
Oh, look, you got a sub from Alan Jones.
Nice.
There you go.
How much retro do I have other than the obvious? I think most of what I got here is retro. You look in the back and that thing, that's an entire retro stream, but
we're not going to read the whole article here. I just want to point this out because it's going to come up later. Yeah. But the blog says due to marketing trends, people are buying more digital, and there's nuance to that. They don't tell you the nuance. I keep hinting this. I keep mentioning this before this stuff came a thing. But Gen Z is trying to buy vinyls. They're trying to buy DVDs. They're trying to buy physical discs of games. They want the mall. There's one where they wanted to have malls make a comeback. They wanted the mall experience that we had as millennials.
I wish they would. I wish they would come back in the sense that the way they looked back when Sam Goody was a thing.
Yeah.
If you know what Sam Goody is, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
The waterfalls, the neon lighting, the music. It was a time.
When I was a kid, the malls were always packed. We still have malls where I live today. They're not always packed. They're run down. One of them just closed because they couldn't keep it open, and people were selling drugs inside the mall. But there's one just a further down, more towards the central of the city, where I live. And if I describe the outside of it, it would give my location away. So I'm not going to do it because it's a very famous mall. And no, it's not Mall of America, but still, it's still packed. It still it has the Lego store. It has the Disney store, and that's where I take my son so he can have the mall experience. Even though it's expensive. But my point is like people the Gen Z audience is literally wanting to have physical, And that just right here alone destroys Asmongold's argument, because he says my take is that most people don't buy physical media. Got destroyed in the comments. Thank you, Kick, for that. Also for letting us know where you stand in this whole thing. But yeah.
Gonna share that real quick. I'm not far from Portland, and Lloyd Center's been around like 40 years. So it's sad to hear that it's closing. But
exactly. But I think we are going to point out that blog, the Sony blog. That's what started it all. Okay, so remember this, okay? So we're going to the Sony blog.
There we go.
All right. Sony physical disc. No, this is one. Okay, scroll down. I think it's a little bit more. As consumer preferences and the broader entertainment industry continue to shift away from physical discs to digital.
That's loaded.
It is loaded because they say as consumer preferences, and they also say the broader entertainment industry. So they're saying that it's the consumers who led the industry to do this. No. We don't get to dictate what you're selling. You sell us a product, and you, Sony, manufacture demand with your discs. I'm just putting that out there. Y'all know it's cheaper for y'all to have the digital release. You don't have to pay people to mine the materials and make the chemicals to make the discs. Or the packaging. You don't have to pay the artist for the box art. You don't have to do any of that. It's cheaper.
Can I full screen for a moment?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll give you full screen. Hold on. Why is it not doing it? Why is it not doing it? Come on.
I'm going to show off once again. Original StarCraft, 1998. All the fun stuff for... Well, actually, no, this is for Warcraft 3. This is a promotional item. Stuff for your units. The original StarCraft book.
That's old as fuck. Wow.
But this is what you got back with physical. And this was $10. And it's mine. Yeah. No one's taking it from me except the house.
Oi, do you have a license for that?
Fuck the license. Okay, I'm done.
I know it's hard
just like showing that off
you for this, but I'm sorry. This is the Dragoncast. This isn't the Karis cast. But they point out the consumer preferences and broader entertainment industry. We see, just based on what I've shown you so far, they've been pushing for this for almost a decade.
Yeah.
They've been planning this. Remember what I said about Helldivers, the Helldivers controversy?
Oh, yeah.
No one wanted a PSN account because it's easily hackable. And if they're like, I already have it. Like, it's just like with the third party launcher. Like, I already bought the game on Steam. Why do I want to use Steam to launch to another launcher that launches to another launcher just to play the damn game?
How many launchers?
All right. So there's that, right? And another thing is I want to show you how scummy Sony is. All right. So this is from MGB. If you click on his profile, just so y'all know who this guy is, right? All right. He's a PlayStation-centric YouTuber with over 100K subs. You don't get that way if you don't have a certain level of respect. All right. So either he shielded his way, sure, or he's one of those PlayStation fans that is respected for his opinion. And this is what he says, just to show you how scummy Sony is being with the news. All right. I already know this, right? But he says it, so it I'm kind of relying on his his background here, okay? They anticipated their numbers would drop through people protesting boycotting by canceling P Plus and pre-orders, but they won't have to show their numbers to investors until the end of September. Their next earnings call is July 31st. However, it only covers up to June 30th. When did they make the announcement for physical?
Days ago.
July 1st. How many days in a month of June?
30. Let's see here. Yep, 30 exactly.
All right. They planned this out perfectly to drag it out to June 1st or July 1st. This very reason. The numbers, early July, they have over 2 months to watch them hopefully recover as desperate gamers crawl back and the investors see that Sony's moving away from physical games. Didn't hurt anything. Keeps in mind as we move forward, Sony is betting on you caving and crawling back to them in the coming weeks. Oh, and so are the investors. Because remember, we did point out when Sony made the announcement, there's a 3% increase in Sony stocks. That 3% is actually good. We would expect 100%, but we're talking how stocks creep and crawl. A 3% increase is still a lot of money. All right, it's still good for Sony. A 1% increase is good. Flatline or a drop is bad. Because these are major companies, so a 1% increase may seem like chump change, but it's more investment money to fund their projects and agendas.
I'm going to now apply my Ubisoft attribute to Sony as well. Sony is no longer a video game company. They are an investment company. The fact that this whole subterfuge bullshit was done to obfuscate the reality to the investors. Nothing to do with helping their customers, because let's be real, it's not about the customers anymore. It is about the investors. They are an investment company. They might as well be private fucking equity as far as I'm concerned.
Yes. Now I want to drop the bombshell. This is going to be a heavy part, but we're going to do some highlights. I am going to expect you to zoom. I got them in the wrong order, but see the one that says Q4?
Yep.
This came out in March, I believe. Go ahead and zoom in a little bit if you can, so people can read it. And just scroll down a little bit. Don't worry, it's not all in Japanese. So right here, to go up a little bit, I want to show people something here. All right, see that part where it says official names? It says games, nervous, and services.
Yeah.
Can you highlight that? Just that one, because that's what we're looking at.
So G and NS.
And NS. Yes, that's going to come up for what we're looking at. Now scroll down. There's your G and S, right? Now this is all in yens, but the 1 yen application against USD is +2. So everything you see, you add 2 to it or whatever. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And simple terms. There's more to it, but I'm trying to keep it simple to let everyone know. Yes, this is in yens. Scroll down. Here is the operating network. We're just focused on GNs, all right? Now the sales, all right, I got my notes here, and I showed you this to you, Carrick, but I'm going to just look at my notes here in a second. So right. Hopefully everyone can understand my lovely voice. These are the sales for the past few years. This is sales operating by segment. They cover the GNS, music, the pictures, all that stuff, right? All on word focus. This is not PlayStation. This is Sony. The daddy, the head honcho corporation, the top tier. He's looking at all their subsidiaries. G and S is basically Sony or PlayStation.
Mm-hmm.
Right. This is their fiscal years. You don't need to worry about this. We're gonna scroll down. I just wanted to show you all that, right? And you see the little topics by categories here. Here's what I want y'all to look at here. GNS, digital sales and add-on content, network services, hardware, and others. The hardware sales, were, like we pointed out, dropped.
Yep.
But I think we should go on down to section 12, page 12. Like, y'all can look this up yourselves. I'm not trying to bore y'all.
11. Okay.
All right, here's what I'll point out. All right. Y'all, I'm doing this so y'all can do the math yourselves, right? But I'm going to streamline this for everyone so you don't have to worry about trying to squint your eyes and read all this, all right? The table on page 12 explicitly confirms that add-on content is the single largest software revenue generator for the game and network services segment. Here's the thing, all right? Asmund Gold said physical sales were dropping, all right? Fiscal year 2024 physical sales was about 121,159 million yens. Fiscal year 2025 physical sales is 125,106 million. So they increased, not by a lot, all right? And I'm going to show you there's a lot of nuance to this, okay? All right? But you'll also see later on if in this chart where we remember how we said that the hardware sales, like the console sales were dropping, right? Mm-hmm. It's also from their sources, this page, okay? But here's what's funny. Digital sales is at 1,055,688 million yen. Physical sales is 125,106 million yens. You add them all up, and it's not their biggest moneymaker together, combined. Their biggest moneymaker is additional content, add-on content. And that's at 1,359,617 million yens. We're talking microtransactions. We're talking about skins for FIFA World Cup. We're talking about like auto skins and Call of Duty that's on the PlayStation Marketplace. All those things. Microtransactions themselves are the moneymaker. And if you tell people that if they have a live service game, because that's where these comes from, like those bizarre shops and all that stuff, season passes, that's all that combined, right? You tell them that they have to refund all that money back to gamers, they lose their biggest moneymaker. That's the reason why Yveska says, don't forget, I own you my pocket. If you do this, I can't put money in your war chest. That's why the ESA, because the ESA gets donations from big game companies, right? I'm not being hyperbolical. You can look it up. That's why they told it's going to be illegal. All right? That's why they want $99 games. Because what's the other thing they're asking for with GTA 6? Advertisements, right? Microtransactions.
Subscriptions.
Yeah. And I know in the past I mentioned like microtransactions here and there, but there's a nuance to that. I don't mind having the option to buy an additional skin or something. I don't want to be forced or pressured into it. So if I want to get a Bayonetta skin from one of my first descendant characters, I'll get it if I want it. If I don't want it, I'm not going to get it. It's just like, it's annoying. It's annoying, yeah, but it's not in my way. But if I need to beat a boss by buying the Ultimate Deluxe Weapons Giant Slayer pack, then yeah, I don't want it. And the thing is, like Arrowhead, they kind of do that and they kind of don't. They have the war bonds where you can buy additional war packs, and yet they have a way where you can grind for free. And it's still a fair grind, but their difficulty system is so unbalanced that you kind of want to get the war pack, but even then the war pack, the little war bonds sometimes aren't that great. Because the next thing just depreciates them. They have a history of nerfing things.
The incentive is there
yeah.
to sell you additional stuff, whether you need it or want it or not.
Yeah. I don't mind a little DLCs, but I don't want it to be like it because it kind of makes the microtransactions be pay to win. You might have to be pay to win at that point. And that's why a lot like EA and Ubisoft, all these companies, that's why they do this. But the physical market, jumping, because I know I'm jumping, right? Actually, no, hold on. Where's that? Here are my notes, because I did want to point something out here. Mm-hmm. Go down to where you see the notes. Note 11 is more crucial here. Full game software digital download ratio is calculated by dividing PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. Look, stay right there. You're right. You're right there.
Oh, okay.
Look at, if you want to highlight something, look at note 11. All right. It says here, full game software digital download ratio is calculated by dividing PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 full game software units sold via digital transaction by total full game software units. They basically saying they divide PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 game software to calculate all this stuff.
Interesting. They're phasing out PS4 because they know they're going to stop.
But here's what's interesting I want to point out. If you look at the notes, I mentioned IGN. It's underneath quarter 4. It's only not doing well. This is a video, but this is from IGN, and this was from last month as well. Sony's first-party game sales saw a steady decline in the last 5 years. This doesn't discriminate between PC or console.
It's just they referring to it as money not going in their pockets.
Yeah, right. Their quality, basically, this is the first time we see an established esteemed dinosaur journalist, right, saying that, yeah, Sony games have not been performing well over 5 years. They're saying that about Sony. This is before the fiasco. This is when they were probably like sucking corporal dick, for the insider access. But here they're saying, yeah, this is honest. This is true. They have been doing well. They actually show you the chart. If you scroll up and scroll up. Now try to rewind that video a little bit, if you can. Because they saw a chart.
See if I can find it.
I think it's earlier in the video.
Come
I'll
on.
make sure it's the right chart. Right there.
There we go.
See? Look at that. That's a chart. An official chart for the last 5 years. It's been on the decline. So all you pony boys out there, hey, this is the data. They've been on the decline. And yet their physical copies have been going up. Here's the thing. Going off of what the previous guy said, right? If they're not going to buy a PlayStation before, they're going to buy one now, right? So that means either no one wants to buy a PlayStation, they already have it, or the price is too ridiculous to get one anyways, or the games aren't worth it. And in this case, they're saying that, yeah, in the past 5 years, the games haven't been worth it. So the people bought the physical consoles are declining. There are people, even hell, Dash bought First Light, the physical copy, right? Let's put that out there.
Yep.
But that's not first party, it's third party. But still, the first party game sales aren't doing so hot. So
there's part that they're not including in this, and I'm pretty sure it's skewed, is the PS Plus gives you, I believe, 3 games free each month. And you can get all 3 of those games. At first, I think I had it backwards where I thought you had to choose between one of the 3. No, I think you get all 3 of those games. So those are games that someone does not have to buy, that they can just have and license or /own, and they can just spend their time playing that.
Yeah.
So it's like their own business model is being used against them.
Mm-hmm.
Which is hilarious.
Now, what's funny I'm going to point out here is like this isn't about the money. I mean, it kind of is, but it's kind of not. They want control. All right. Yeah. Remember what I said in Steam, right? They removed out of first-person games. From what we just showed, what do first-person games don't have that live service and multiplayer usually do?
Internet connections.
Not just that.
Stores.
Microtransactions.
Yep.
Not just DLCs, microtransactions, right?
Repeatable purchases.
And what are the lawsuits saying about? What are the 3 lawsuits that we covered? What were they saying?
They were referring to pricing controls and access.
Pricing controls and access, right? And if we look at it, right, I didn't put it in here, but one of the things I found most peculiar was one of the things Sony said before they made that announcement was the increase in PlayStation Store subscriptions. Before they said, oh, yeah, the new console won't have a disc. right? They did that before. I forget where I had that in there, but yeah, they made that announcement, right? So they want to have a monopoly on their in their thing. If you can only buy, they removed a lot of their games from digital codes, right? They got a lawsuit for that, so you can't buy digital activation keys. They don't like the fact that you can buy a game they once made or bought a pre-owned copy of a game that's in stock, and they don't get money from that because their games are expensive, right? So a lot of these pony boys and console warriors like to point out that, like to say that we PC gamers are too poor, right? Just pointing it out there, right? Yet we're seeing that it's the physical games. People are buying the physical pre-owned game versions of what's already in stock because it's at a cheaper price. So who's too poor, or is it because we don't agree with having $100 game? And this is why the physical disc was removed from GTA 6 because GTA won't make their money. They need that money. But if you sell it at GameStop, right, because you didn't like it, and someone wanted it, and they see the pre-owned version of it, it's a common customer shrewd investment. I want more bang for my buck. So am I going to buy the brand new one that's $100, or I'm going to buy the pre-owned that might be $65, where I think the game should be priced at? I'm going to buy the pre-owned. 9 times out of 10, I'm going to buy the cheaper one, unless I really, really liked that franchise and I wanted to have a sealed mint in the box copy as a collector's item for my library that's never opened, so I can sell it later for retirement or something like that, because that's going to be a thing too. That's already a thing. Hell, Legos are like that. My sea serpent, my Black Knight sea serpent, I've had since I was a little kid. I found someone offering it for sale for $1,000. I mean, that's a little Legos. That's a little expensive, yeah. But the thing is like those molds don't exist anymore. A lot of those molds don't exist. But the same thing with this, like there's no one that the code probably won't exist, probably get ruined, and maybe the one I have in my box is probably the only few working ones because it's still sealed. Maybe, I don't know, but there's that potential, right? So yeah, they don't make money from that, right? And also, just putting it out there, that's why they wanted Concord, and Concord failed. Concord was going to be a live service game where they could have microtransactions and made it their biggest money maker. They could have PC gamers and console gamers playing, and it's a digital game. You can't really put the disc on, download the disc, and play offline. You have to play. It's required for online play. So therefore, you can't get the game at 30% off of the retail price because it's pre-owned, because there's no pre-owned copy, because there's no disc inside. Fortnite sells case discs for their games, because I bought one thinking there was a cartridge inside. I didn't realize, this is how stupid I was. I didn't realize it. And it turned out it was an activation code inside of a box of a Nintendo Switch.
Oh wow!
So I have a Fortnite case with no cartridge in it, just an activation key. And clearly, I did not activate that code. I was like, "Yeah, we're not doing that." But I already opened it. We already have it. But I was like, "Yeah, I'm not rewarding this. This is scummy. I thought there was a cartridge on this." Yeah,
I forgot about this. I have to scroll in here. I don't know if you can see that. No offline mode. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if they have a disc in there. I think they do.
Yeah, there's a disc, but it's useless.
Yeah, it's useless. Especially now because the game is gone.
Yep.
You're just uploading an activation key to play on a server. That's all that is. But it's a collector's item still, because it made the gaming history as one of the worst games ever made. It shut down in a week.
Yeah, the discs, if I recall, the discs hadn't even, like, they were still in the truck being delivered when the servers were shut down. Mm-hmm. Talk about rip.
Exactly. But as we saw with GameFly, right? GameFly is doing well. It's increasing its profit margins. But mom and pop stores as well will be out of business. There are mom and pop stores that made their living, even to this day, and they're still in existence, doing just what GameFly does or what GameStop does, but as a mom and pop store, like a small business. Kind of like the trading card game, where you quit your job to do your dream job of being a card game company. What happened if all those card games become digital? What happens to that store if it was a real store?
Potentially, the business model could change. One aspect, like if you don't adjust, your business will fail. But in the case of, say, video games, and if you're not a GameStop where you're backed by a major corporation, you will become retro. You'll just, overnight, you'll become a retro game company, and you will acquire all the physical copies that were there. And in some aspect, all of those prices will likely go up in some various way, depending on the rarity and the popularity of the game. Mm-hmm. I don't think your business will go out. I think you have the opportunity that your business actually could flourish, because you now have something that it may be a niche area. You probably won't be able to do it full time, but you will have a niche area that people will pay money, real money, knowing that they will get a real fucking thing to have on their shelf. And Sony will not like that. Too fucking bad. You sold the thing. It's ours now.
Yeah. But they don't like that because they don't get that extra money. That's the, if they could, they would cancel garage sales. Because you're selling a product you have to your neighbor, right? Yeah. My NES that I have, I didn't get it when it came out on market. I got it when I was growing my own beard. I saw the garage sale. The gun, Legend of Zelda, the gold case Legend of Zelda cartridge, that famous gold case.
Yep.
I bought it for $10. The whole box of Nintendo games. That box was dry rotted. They had to give me another box to put inside of it so I could take it back home, because I was riding a bike and I found it and I bought it. That's all I bought. But I got that gold case cartridge with the cartridge cover jacket as well. Yes,
the sleeve.
Yeah, the little sleeve. Yeah. You got that and the Nintendo Techno Bowl, Super Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3. Or it was Mario Brothers back then. Duck Hunt. Gun. I think it was called Gun. It was the Wild West game. That you could use. It's the other game that you could use the Nintendo gun on. I bought all that for $10 to $20.
Jeez.
And took my bike home with that. And I was satisfied. I had found my treasure. I still have it to this day. All right,
nice,
because it was the gold-plated Nintendo cartridge, and I'm going to need the NES to play it on if I ever wanted to play it. And you know what? There are some times where I miss just blowing in that cartridge, and I just miss that feeling. Even though when I was a kid, it frustrated me. Right? It just pop it in there, hear that satisfying click as it pops down into the console. Close it down and play the game.
Yeah,
it's just something satisfying about that time period. You had a Super Coat Nintendo Zapper. Yep, you know what I'm talking about, Otaro. Yes,
she had those. She absolutely had them.
Did she have the Nintendo glove?
I don't remember, but we both have talked shit about the Nintendo glove.
Okay, well, you just tell her not to tell me if it was working or not, because you tell her what I said I would do one day if I found someone working one. Because I have one. It doesn't work. I don't care if it was a man or a woman that had the working one. I will do exactly what I told you I will do.
I know where Sony wants to go with this. They need to... There's a picture that's been forming for well over a year. It's been in my mind since my first fucking chat stream. There is a window, a painting slowly coming into frame that companies like Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft, they're making millions, they're making billions, but they're not making enough. And they've gone and they've done research, they've contracted companies to find out, why are we not making money? And so you get the reports, 187 pages of why people aren't buying games anymore. And they throw all these excuses in, whether it be OnlyFans, whether it be indie games, whether it be physical, all these reasons. And so Sony has decided we need to eliminate every possibility of someone not buying our brand new shit when we want, the way we want. And like you said, it is about control, but it's not about control in the sense of just the ecosystem. It's about control in the sense of controlling everything outside of what they can't control. They want to control the things that they think they can't. And this is one of those first steps to do that. Stop the physical. And I see this, and I think, you're not going to fucking win. You can't win. The fire, the pilot light has already been lit. It is... We know how we can get what we want. Retro has been growing for well over a decade. And this idea that, we can just... You might save a few pennies. You might gain a few percentage stock points. But we can follow trends, Sony. Your AAA is not worth it. Your PS Plus is not worth it. Your console will not be worth it. Your Grand Theft Auto 6 will not be worth it. Eventually, you will have to become desperate because the investors will look at the past 5 years and they'll say, why the fuck have we lost 20%? You told us that all these things were going to help us grow. You fucking lied to us. We've lost 20% of our income over the last 5 years or so. What are you going to do to fix it? And Sony will have to get fucking desperate. They'll have to start doing something. They want to raise prices because, yeah, there's that aspect of information that says, yeah, there's a fucking retard around every corner that'll just buy the download. Sure. But little inch by inch, year by year, people get pissed off. Every day, someone else gets pissed off over Sony, Nintendo, or Microsoft. And eventually, it's going to really start to hurt them. But for some of us, we've already found the replacements. And those replacements are never going to go away. And to see this just kind of makes me say, well, she got Sony. What else do you have to try and fuck over the consumer? Because I'm not getting any more new PlayStations. I'm only going to go backwards from here. Like, I've been was talking with Ginger recently. He installed Windows XP so he could play old retro games. He went further back than I have. People are going backwards. I'm going backwards. Little bit by bit. Like, this isn't going to be something you're going to suddenly see a downturn. No. That's not how this works. Unless, like, the CEO did something really drastic, like he openly, admitted to being a PDF or something found out like that. No, you're not going to see a sharp decline. But you're going to see little bits. Every year, little bits, more and more. Yeah, the physicals are going away because Sony wanted them to go away. I think you were alluding to that, Lil Vistra, where the PS Plus, it gave us the digital access, the convenience. You don't have to get it. Now we don't want the convenience anymore. We want the physical. But Sony's like, well, we're not going to give you the physical.
I got to be better. I wasn't really going to put this in there, but I knew it was going to come up. And so this song's like, I'm going to be smart and have it just in case. But at the very bottom, it says, I don't plan on using this.
May bring up.
Yeah, may bring up. This is the fake wizard. And yes, I got it. I've mentioned it before. It's no secret. I know who this guy is. I don't have it. I respect him as an individual, but I don't like his content because he's always so angry. Okay. But just like Asmongold, as we showed, Asmongold is an idiot. I'm going to show you fake wizard didn't do his post. He says, "Hey, it's fun while it lasted, but gamers lost. You gave up all your power to the corporations. This is a big game of chess, and you lost." I'm going to show you how we didn't lose. Because just like with Asmongold not knowing about physical, it shows that if in their reports the physical games were showing. Here's what he doesn't realize. And I've already hinted at this, but the majority of games being bought, yes, were digital across all platforms.
Yeah.
All right. But you don't really see a lot of physical indie games. You see a lot of indies saying they would like to do a physical copy. We've covered that in Dragon Bites, right?
Yes.
But you tell me when you can go to a store and you can find, say, the Devil's in the Details, which is on the PlayStation Store. Let me know when you can find Devil's in the Details with disc and copy on a shelf. It's not because Hideworks doesn't want to make it. It's because the requirements for them to make one is pretty expensive. These are small. Indie devs are basically equivalent to a mom and pop store. They're a mom and pop game dev. Okay, this shows you how, as much as Fake Wizard likes to say, I want to support indie games, and yes, you could let them know I called them out on it. I don't fucking care anymore. I really don't, because I'm tired of this shit. I've corrected Hypnotic. I've corrected Smash JT. I've corrected so many people when I was just a humble moderator. I didn't want to be doing it. But, I was like, you know what? I'm tired of it, so now I'm just going to throw under the bus. So congratulations, Fake Wizard. You're my first victim. But indie devs make digital content. And as we showed, the biggest moneymaker is second place. Yes, digital is second place. But it's not your biggest moneymaker. They don't care about physical or digital. The only thing they care about it is if it's physical or digital. Then they have to actually admit that live service games is the customers as well. And if they shut that down, they trapped themselves in this predicament. If they shut that down, then they lose a lot of money, and then they themselves will be bankrupt. It will be the true. I know the commentators like to mention that the stock market crash or the video game crash is the second video game crash is coming, and they're talking about physical. Everyone you look at Twitter and you look at YouTube, everyone's talking about physical and digital copies, including Asmongold. But what did I just show y'all in the numbers? It's microtransactions. It's live service. That's their goal. Okay.
Yep.
That's their goal. They don't care about digital and physical. They care about the money they make because it's the end goal. They even lied to their investors. And as we pointed out, they planned all this so that way they can recuperate and hopefully that we cave in and say, oh, Sony's okay again by September. And I guarantee you a lot of people will. But gamers didn't lose. Sony didn't win. They didn't win the chess game. They just changed the rules of the game. Yeah. That's all they did. This tells you how much the Fake Wizard knows about indie games. That tells you how much he knows about games in general. He's a culture war commentator. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. He has a right to his opinion. But what I just showed you is something he could have taken in his wisdom and experience as a content creator who's better than me. I will admit, he is better than me. I did this in a day.
24 hours. Not even that.
I got this from Niche Gamer, who posted it as a tweet, as a reminder tweet that came up on X that he's on, terminally on. I got this from Niche Gamer, who got this from X. And as you see with my Dragoncast, everything comes from X. All my sources come from X. The only time it's not does it come from X is if I'm searching for it. Yes, Google AI might tell me about it, sure. But I go and verify that source. How do you think I found about the automaton? The Japanese automaton that got me into trouble accusing me of a counterfeit, even though it's a Japanese certified website. X. Japanese link to a Japanese store. I'm just telling you, you can see, this is the official, it says Sony.com there on the title, Sony.com. This is the official Sony documents. Q4 earnings from March. Or is it May? Yeah, March, because June is the end of Q3. It's Q1. end of Q1. So gamers didn't lose. We voted with our wallets. We did. We said we're not buying your games. We're going to buy indie. And do you need proof of that? There's a lot of proof. All right. There's, for example, there's the Bain & Company. We've talked about that before. There's Analytics. Didn't I have one in the notes? I'm not sure if I did. I think I might have another one in the notes. I can't remember.
For Alina Linux?
Oh, yeah. There's Global Indie Market.
Oh, yeah.
This is from Morbid Intelligence. Indie game market size and share analysis. Look at that. That's the projection rate for the indie market. 2025, 2026, 2031. That's why Steam updated their indie requirements.
Where is my... I reposted something today that...
Exactly, Tara. They want forever money.
No, it wasn't this one. That was Shill person. Here.
Yeah.
From Spang's Indies. $100 million is being dropped by...
For indie games.
Yeah, Griffin Gaming Partners just announced this. $100 million. Hideworks could get... Oh, they could do so much with one of those millions of dollars.
Do you know how much damage you can do with just 500,000?
Oh, 100,000.
No, I'm talking about me. Give me half a million.
Half a
in
million.
My demented brain, making a game, I would break the industry. And I'm talking about the culture war part of the industry. I would make people offended on every side. It should be fun, but you're like, this is so unethical. I'm like, yeah, that's the point. That's why the title's called Unethical. Don't buy this game. But still, I'm just saying, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of people could make a lot of good money with this. And that's because, like, the Real Fake Wizard said, I'm here to promote your games. I don't know if he does. I only watched 3 of his episodes. This was before he was with Hypnotic. All right. Mm-hmm. But the Culture War creators, they were bitching and moaning about the doom and gloom of the AAA industry and the gaming industry. While people like me, Harris, and then bigger people like Better News, and I'm not trying to take away from these people. I'm just trying to point out the reality of the situation. We know games. We've been saying this, the indie's the future, for a while. There are good games if you know where to look. All these things that we've been saying for years. Now they're saying it, but they don't even know what they're talking about. They look at the face value server. They don't look deep. I mean, Smash Bros. T. Smash Bros. T is a perfect example. Got over Assassin's Creed Shadows by a fake news source. And I defended him, right? I did defend him because I actually believed he usually is very careful, and he usually is, right? Especially he usually is, but he got because he wanted to be the first one to cover it. I want to be the first one to cover things, but you know what? I want to be accurate. That's why my videos are slower, because I don't want to mislead you. I'm not saying he does that, but clearly he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's just my humble opinion. And yeah, go ahead. Go tell him I said that. I don't care. Because I'm just getting no. I'm going to do if he comes after me, I'm going to do to him what Valve does to Tim Sweeney. I'm just going to ignore him and keep going.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you mad, bro?
Oh, I might, but then I'm just going to ignore him because I don't care. Watch, I lost a lot of subs from that. But no, I'm pointing it out. He says gamers lost. When I hear someone says you gamers lost, you gave up all your power. First off, it sounds angry, and second of all, it tells me he's not a gamer. I could be wrong, but it tells me he's not a gamer. He's a culture warrior. He believes in a culture war. That's fine. We were on the same side, but my side has always been the loyalty of games. I don't care if a game is woke or not. I care if the game is fun. If I don't want a woke game, I won't buy a woke game. But I ain't gonna make a big stink about it. Oh, here's one. Theoretically, with more profits, would make more jobs to create more games. But why do that when you can have less games that are more incomplete and made by less employees? Max profits. Exactly. This is why I'm against AI in the AAA industry, because they have the money. But with a small game dev, I can understand, because they're not going to replace something if they don't have to. They'll use it as a temporary asset until they can't get it no more. Corporations will nickel and dime you. They're not capitalists. They're corporates. And corporatism is not capitalist at all. It's not even like capitalist gone unchecked. It's literally socialism. The collective dictating the many. A small oligarchy that collects everything. It's not like I'm more capitalist in this sense. All right, I do Dragoncast, but I can't do it alone. So I look for experts, and let's say I could pay. And Carrots is like the expert in indie does. I'm like, Carrots, I need you to help me cover the indie scene. So I'm going to pay you $200,000 a month, right?
Sold. I quit my job tomorrow.
Right. Like you were saying, like, right. That's what we agreed on. We agreed that's your price, right? And then, hello, Stark of Iron. Hello.
Welcome.
But I pay him to do that. You can say, yeah, you're taking off his work, but no, I would be doing it if he wasn't here. At the end of the day, I still have to pay him. I still have to do his other stuff, right? I can't do the job alone, so I'm paying him to cover that aspect of my job, of my business. And then let's say I have Dash Jones. Dash covers the culture war. I was like, Dash, you're my culture war expert. I need someone culture war. How do you know about the culture war? He tells me, it's like, cool. I'm going to pay you $200,000 as well to cover the culture war. And then, Bo, you're the gooner. You like gooning off of things. You're going to give me everything that's goonery, and so on and so forth, right? The socialists argue that I'm going off the backs of them. But here's the thing: if they weren't there, I'm still doing it. If the business gets slow and I have to fire them, I still have to do it. At the end of the day, I can't leave until I'm sure all the business things are dealt with for the end of the day. The difference between me and a corporation is a group of people who works off the bat, who gets rich out the backs of others because they invest their money, which is similar to capitalism, right? You still have people, even with me, right? You still have people that I borrowed money from, like a bank, or Carrots' girlfriend, who was felt for some reason, Carrots' girlfriend invested in me to give her boyfriend the money for his job that he ends up giving to her to buy her things, which invested in me. Like, you get the idea. The point is, like, yeah, there's similarities, but the only difference is I don't have a corporate. This is what games companies started as. They didn't have a group of investors dictating how to run their games. They got that big and started going to corporate. A mom and pop indie dev doesn't usually have a committee to talk to. It's, I want to make this game. Hey, you're looking for a job. Would you like to help me make this game? Yeah, sure. And they get paid for it.
Just pointing out a
Well, I'm not
developer
making
that's
one person do the work of 6 people. Well, believe it or not, for most content creators, we kind of are. You don't have Carrots being his executive producer and his filmographer and his script writer and all that stuff. He's doing it all. Same with me. We're kind of doing the work of 6 people. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say on is, and that's the secret. It's like the part that comes up loud is the investors don't care about we're fighting over digital and physical. Yeah, we should keep our physical. I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm saying we should. That's what I said, where as it goes is a little right, but also very wrong. They don't care about physical or digital sales. They care about the microtransactions and live search. And if they have to admit that physical and digital have rights, the gamers have rights over that thing, they have to admit that they are unethical. And they know they are. They know, make no mistake. They hide behind lawyers and everything else because it's their shield, but they know what they're doing is unethical when it comes to live service games. And that's what we're fighting. So he's not wrong, but he's not right. Just like with Fake Wizard, he's not right at all. Gamers didn't lose. We still haven't lost. We're still fighting this fight, and we got many companies, devs, stores, even fast food joints, a DeLorean, the time machine company, a company I thought was dead.
I actually knew that they were back. They've been back for at least 5 years, like refurbishing all their old DeLoreans. You can get one for like as low as $20,000 now. I was going to point this at the PlayStation's supposed market share.
Yeah,
for 20. this is from 2024. $32 billion. Go away. I don't care about that. They're losing.
Yeah.
Not enough to where they probably notice yet, but we notice.
When they start realizing it, they're going to go after indies hard. They're going to increase the licensing fees.
I've called this, I think I've been calling this for a year, that you are going to see more and more of the finger pointing from AAA. Specifically, they're going to point to everything but themselves. They're going to blame you, the consumer. Well, yeah, they are. Not that they're going. They already are. They're going to use everything they can. They will blame the consumer. They will blame the market. They will blame the developers. They will blame anyone and everyone outside of themselves for putting themselves in the position of fucking up.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I'm going to put up before you go on. I know I'll let you continue, but I want because you're big. I'm like that little kid with the head. Like, ooh. I have to say this, okay?
Yeah.
Remember that article you showed me? The journalist was saying that the reason AAA is failing is there's too many indie developers.
Oh, that's just one of dozens, but yes.
Yeah. The game that I tell you, AAA is doing it. We already know this, but don't forget, right? What Gamer gives up, we exposed to him the incestual relationship between AAA and journalists, right? Mm-hmm. They're not going to say it themselves, right? Because they know this is going to be like it's like nowadays people are going to say now don't pull a Sony. It's going to be the future. It's like this is going to be eventually we're saying don't pull a Sony, but we know that the developers pay these AAA developers pay these journalists to say what they do. They pay for and the developers, we know they get insider access stuff, right? So they're not going to say indie is ruining them because it's going to make them look bad, right? Unethical and bad. So they get the journalists to say that. But later on, it will be where the developers all say, yeah, we have to charge this much because indies, they tell you that they're poor, but in reality, they're taking advantage of us. And we have to do something.
I talked about this last year, to which Bellular News covered it a couple weeks ago, which I brought this guy up several times. This motherfucker basically shitting. This is in the popularity of Schedule 1. This motherfucker is basically somewhere in here. He's basically saying that they're not professional. That Schedule 1 developers are not professional developers. They're not real. They're just made up. And it kind of got under my skin a little bit. But now that I'm seeing more and more of it, I'm happy to see these kinds of articles because that means indies are winning and they will continue to win. And I'm gonna keep bragging, honestly, because the reason I don't even think I explained this properly during like my initial interview with Levistro, but the reason that I go in the direction of indie is because they're doing something that AAA doesn't, and it's called trying. Indies try. Hideworks is trying. Grumpy Rock Studios, who did Confronted, they are trying. These are people that are actually putting effort in, trying to make something that is fun, hoping that people will like it. Sometimes they make it big, sometimes they don't. The developer of Schedule 1 made something that people really liked. Even though a game had come out, I think a year or two beforehand, it was kind of mediocre. They got mad at Schedule 1. Well, I want to win. Why are you winning? People are mad at the success of indies, and I love to see it. Some people would probably get mad about this. Oh, why? Like, Legendary Drops. This is one of the reasons why I can't watch Legendary Drops anymore, is because he actually gets angry, it seems, in his videos when he brings up that an indie developer is doing better than AAA, and he seems resentful of that. He wants only AAA to win so he can, I don't know, be on the buddy side of AAA. Me, I've done trying with AAA. I see developers that do stuff. I'm going to go with the path of least resistance. I'm not going to try and pretend that, something is great. I'm not going to force that I'm enjoying this fucking Grand Theft Auto game when really I just don't fucking give a shit about it. I am perfectly content with seeing these numbers because I know that a subsect of the game industry is being rewarded for their good deeds. I think, who was it? Hataro was saying something. When people stop buying games because they're too expensive, they will declare that the industry is dead. That is already happening, actually, in some aspects. I looked on YouTube many times for game industry is dead. And I have found video after video after video, and everyone's always talking about AAA. The games industry... No, one video I've actually found where someone was specified AAA, and then they went into their examples and they said, well, AAA is kind of failing, indie games are like, that was surprising. But 99% of everyone who says game industry is dead or dying, they're always saying, they instantly stop firing off fireworks. I'm still doing shit. They always talk about AAA. They never talk about, oh, here's this other industry that's doing really well. And yeah, you may not want to hear about indie developers too fucking bad. I find the benefit in them. They're actually very noble people. They're very humble. And I'm going to keep promoting them because I enjoy them. And that's the key thing. I enjoy these games. There's been people, like there was the back and forth a few weeks ago. Actually, no, maybe it was last week. There were literally people saying, oh, you're going to buy GTA 6. I fucking know you are because secretly you're still a fanboy. No, I'm not. I haven't been a fanboy of this bullshit for years. And you trying to declare, pushing, thinking that you're going to somehow like sniff out that I'm going to cave like, oh, I secretly want to go get GTA 6, oh fuck. No. I have better discipline than that. Maybe you, the fucking...
I haven't
some of the
played
PlayStation
I haven't played
there.
a GTA game since 4.
4 was good. And that's the thing.
Yeah.
4 was good. Just because I shit on AAA now...
Or
doesn't mean
actually,
I'm
you should say it correctly, as you say. 4 was objectively good.
Yes. I need to start using that more. 4 was objectively a good... It was a... Not even classic. It was your typical, hey, Rockstar is putting out a game. It's great. It's... I don't know if I can say perfect, but it is objectively good.
Yeah.
Red Ted? Sure, Ted is red. Red Dead Redemption 2 is probably the last Rockstar game that I actually saw as objectively good. I was a Polygon.
I will so play the DLC with a Ted the Teddy Bear spinoff for Red Dead Redemption. I literally thought of that. Just Ted with the cowboy boots and stuff, running around as Arthur Morgan. I literally
Red Dead Redemption.
Yeah, I watched.
Did you actually see the Polygon article? I need to find that.
No, probably not. I don't read Polygon too much. It's very rare.
It made its way on. Twitter. Oh yeah, no, it wasn't that one. It was Polygon. Is it not actually going to show it to me? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Hey, it's time to embed Red Dead
Oh
Redemption.
yeah, I saw that. I saw that pop up on Twitter.
This came out today.
Yeah.
The game's equivalent of watching paint dry. You've never watched a spaghetti western, motherfuckers.
I don't think you even watched paint dry. I would rather watch paint dry, the game, than a mixtape. Bam. I guarantee you, watching paint dry, the game would have more features than a mixtape. It'd be more entertaining.
This person, like, I'm splitting hairs. I know.
Yeah.
Best Steam Next Fest games. What do we got? Okay. Are you fucking
He didn't
shit?
pick any good guinea games at all. He just found stuff. He was like, "Oh, this looks indie. This will look believable."
Wild Aria, I've seen that one.
That
Project
one might actually be
Pit.
good.
About Fishing, I follow them. Sensory Overload, I've seen them. Over the Hill, that was sent to me by Hotel Penguin Colony.
Actually, sorry, no, we're about to wrap it up. I saw the time. Like, I had to step away for a second, but yeah, no. My point is like, and as I showed it, I hope I made it clear for y'all, is that it's the microtransactions they want.
Yeah.
That's why I said we read the documents. I wanted y'all to know this was out for months. The writing was on the wall for years. They were pushing for this, and Microsoft did a smaller version of that. And the PC gamers, I want y'all to understand. Y'all say, "Well, let's do PC gamers." Don't forget, Jeff Bezos says you will not own your PCs.
Yeah, we have to.
That is Amazon. That is AWS. He always points that out, that we will rent our PCs, and PCs are becoming too expensive. One of the beauties about consoles are they would last for 10 years, hardware wise, technology wise.
Yeah, they didn't fail like your RAM or your processor or your video card. Those rarely fucking failed.
Yeah,
which is amazing.
Yeah, I did tell you we're going to try not to stay too long, Hitaru. But yes, I saw your DM. But no, we wanted to point that out there. All right. But I know I get dry out here, but I want y'all can go ahead and get that serotonin fix. I want natural followers, obviously. I don't want to blow up instantly and forget myself here. But I'm just saying, it's like you can follow Smash JT, all these stuff. They'll give you the political spin. And I'm not saying they're wrong. Sometimes they're right. Okay. I'm not saying they're always wrong or right. I'm just saying there's nuance that even they forget. When you dig deep, just do a little. I didn't even go deep. I just clicked a few clicks. That's all I did. I asked questions and I found answers. Because basically this report here pretty much answers everything I said. They want to have a monopoly on their consoles. They want to decide how much you're going to pay for games on their stuff. They want to continue nickeling and diming you. We've known this for years, and they just said the quiet part out loud in this Q report. Right? They've been planning this for years. All right.
I think so. Yeah.
And I don't want y'all to forget that, like that guy was saying. I don't want y'all forgetting that come September. Keep the pressure up. Keep reminding people. Cite this report. People cite the 99.6% digital games. So yes, that's true. But their big money maker is the add-on content microtransactions. That's more than physical and digital software combined. And if they ever have to admit digital software is like physical and you own it, they will lose their live service privileges. That's all I'll say. And it's just ironic they did that July 1st, and we had our own video game independence revolutionary war start in the past couple of days. It's just fitting for this episode. I didn't plan this. Like I said, we were going to talk about Asha Sharma.
I have some other ideas. I think maybe I need to start looking into possible, like, are there disc manufacturers out there for the likes of, say, Hideworks? Yeah. For them to make a physical version of their game. That might be something I need to do.
Okay.
We need to bring back physical.
Or they actually said that GOG asked them to put Luminal Point onto their system, which means we can burn our own discs.
That's true.
All right.
GOG is like hit and miss. Grumpy Rock tried to get Confronted on there, and they never heard back. But then, based on that one tweet, they don't always check their stuff. So I think some of us might need to pile on them and say, "Check your shit."
They might not. They might have too many requests too. They might
need more people.
Yeah. But yeah, I want to go back to this on one comment. It's like, let her cook. Let Taro cook. Okay. Let Taro cook. Yeah. It's like that reference. Let him cook. I said let him cook. No, let Taro cook. I said let Taro cook. But yeah, no, that's it for today's episode. Unless you want to have any final thoughts. And I said my piece. I beat it over the head too much. And when you put everything together, like I said, I was gonna make this into a video, but I was like, fuck it, I can't. It's too much. There's too much to put as a simple 15-minute video. We went 4 hours, even with Dragon Bites, everything to lead up there. This isn't some conspiracy theory. The math all adds up. They've been planning this. They wanted this. They predicted this, and they scheduled it in such a way because they know what happens. They've watched what happened to Ubisoft. Corporations watch each other. Remember, I said They don't care. They will lump all the metrics. So when you buy, here's another thing. I want to put this out there with the fake wizards. I didn't put this out there. It's not gamers that lost, okay? It's the players like Fake Wizard. I'm not the one that said, I'm going to stream Dustborn so you don't have to. I'm not the one that said, I'm going to test and see if GTA 6 is actually good so you don't have to. I didn't make rage bait content. I knew the game was going to be bad, and I chose to spend my money elsewhere. And as we've seen, gamers, 75% of the games industry profits is coming from gamers going to indies. The players stay with keeping up with the Joneses. You need to understand that. That's the difference between a hobbyist and a normal schmo. If I was a normal person, I'm going to watch, and I want to watch a sports team, I'm going to watch any sports game that's on. But if I was a fanatic about sports, right? If I was really into the World Cup, and let's say I was into the USA, I would watch every USA match, not just any match. I would watch the USA match, regardless if they won or lose. I would support them regardless if they won or lose, right? Because they're my team. Mm-hmm. I'm a gamer. Regardless if it's indie or AAA, if the game is good, I'm going to play it. And it turns out that AAA games are turning out to be shit. Last 5 years, turns out to be shit. I was telling Carrie, the last game I played that was AAA was probably Oblivion, the remaster. I did buy Dragon's Dogma 2, but most of my games I've been playing lately are AA or indie because they're objectively, in my view, they're objectively good. I've gotten into cozy games. I usually don't play cozy games. I like playing action games, RPGs. And I was on Karis's stream. I was on Karis's stream watching him, and he even mentioned how he saw me playing Librarian. That was a while back. Seeing about Librarian because I played it. Same with Retro Rewind. You played it. I played it. I was like, that's fun. I watched you play it. I played it, right? Real Fake Wizard is just a player, not in gangster talk. I'm talking about he just plays video games to pass the time or for content. If he actually paid attention to the gaming market, he would have noticed what we noticed. And we're not big streamers. All right? I'm not trying to say I'm better than him. I'm just saying he's not a gamer. He's a content creator, and he might have some good things, but he's always rage baiting. That's his content. We gamers saw the writing on the wall. We moved on, and now the industry's reporting on it. And what we've already said in the past, people are now discovering. All right.
We were right. So
that's my credibility. You go find out where I was wrong on something, and I doubled down and said I was still right. You're gonna find out that I do my research.
Cozy supremacy.
Yeah, Karis does his research, right? Cozy supremacy. Yeah, Karis does his research, right? I'm not gonna say he doesn't, but he does his research. We all find our games, and the thing is like they're starting to realize it. And I'm telling you, it's just transactions. They don't care about physical and digital. Defend both. Defend both. If you don't defend both, if you don't defend consoles, the console players and the PC players, if you don't acknowledge, we lost the physical ability at our towers. We have to custom build them. We have to have an external CD-ROM drive now. And you're not going to find a lot of CD-ROM games. But if you don't fight for it now, we will not even have that because they won't make the discs. They won't make the CD-ROM drives because there's no discs. That's what they're going for. They want every excuse to put everything digital. And once that happens in the consoles, because the consoles are the only ones that are still having it right now, then the true nightmare of you will not own your games comes to light. Jeff Bezos will get his wish. And we already know too many people, mostly women, give Jeff Bezos our hard-earned money. And there's billions of boxes of Amazon boxes outside on the front porch every day. I know that part's a joke, but just get the idea. We already give enough money. Exactly. Yes, Scaly. Yes, I'll say that. Sorry, I'm having heartburn right now. But that being said, it's time to end the show. Unless you had anything else.
Not a huge amount, other than I'm going to just sit back and enjoy watching as more and more comes in. Like, AAA has to keep trying, but they're not trying in the right way. Indie is just doing what indie does, which is making great stuff. AAA is going to have to spend the next 5 years actually coming up with cunning ways to try and trick you, force the market into submission, do everything except start actually trying. And it's going to be glorious to see. They're going to squirm, they're going to scream, shout. It's going to be hilarious. Meanwhile, 2031 is going to come around, and we're going to see where that number actually is, because one is trying, the other isn't. And that's all I got.
I do got one more thing I want to point out before we get to the last segment. For everyone else, I've said since the beginning, but because we got more viewers on, I'm going to pitch this. I got counterfeit strike, not copyright strike, counterfeit strike. Okay. And I did my appeal. You can only appeal once, and I'm asking for your help. All right. It says here, Team YouTube, do you guys know your own policy or even read the appeals? How does my short attached violate your counterfeit policy? I covered an automaton tweet and verified links to Infolinsky. Why fly the clip but not the podcast? It was a clip of our podcast, right? And I show my sources of the tweet, the article where it came from, and the link that the article links to. And it was over the Pip-Boy, okay? It was over the Pip-Boy replica. All right, this is the automaton tweet for everyone to know. This is the article it links to, and this is what it says in there with a link that links to here, right? This is the Japanese. It's a certified, licensed store that's allowed to sell legit licensed merchandise from Bethesda. This is not a counterfeit. This is a Japanese store. And they flagged me for that. I will not show the video, all right? But I will show the letter. This is the letter after I did my appeal, because you see in the reply here what I wrote to him in my appeal. It says, shows the video reel that was taken down, and my explicit short question is a video clip. Everything I just said, okay? It even tells you the source. I gave the links to prove to them I did nothing wrong by their own policy. And their response was, your content has been restricted due to one or more legal complaints that we received. We have reviewed your request and determined we are unable to remove the restriction. I did not violate their rules, and yet they still won't take it down. I don't have the reach. I'm a small creator. But even if you support what I say or not, if you say you believe in free speech and justice, I would defend your right even if I disagree with you, because I've done that with sweat and blood as a veteran. All right, I'm going to pull the veteran card here. I'm just asking you to retweet, comment, say at Team YouTube, deal with this. Get people that are bigger than me to that you think will help out to have their representatives deal with this. I don't care. I'm not. It didn't ding my channel. I don't have a strike. But if I have another one like this, it will strike me. I did nothing wrong. So I'm asking for help. And if you do that, I will retweet it as well. Because, yeah, even though it's a retweet of my tweet, if you did a quote tweet, I definitely can heart and retweet it because you helped me out. I would be eternally grateful because this is wrong. I will take a lick if I did something that was actually against policy. I will take the lick and move on. That's the kind of person I am. But I did nothing wrong. You can see the evidence for yourself, decide for yourselves. Please help me out. I never asked anything from y'all before. This is all I'm asking of y'all. And y'all know I would have done it for y'all. But, yeah, that being said, it's time for games we found interesting.
Yes.
So.
And I have one. Here we go.
Okay, hold on.
This one.
Here we go.
So this is Neva. I remember seeing this game promoted back in 2024, and I completely missed it. You go on an adventure with a wolf. I believe this is all hand-drawn. I don't remember where all you're going, but I love the worlds. This art style, I'm as much as I love things like Art Deco and Synthwave and Cyberpunk, I am a sucker for this art style as well. Like, it is deep. They're just...
It kind of gives me, what's that?
Journey?
It kind of almost gives me Gilby vibes, almost.
I
can see like Studio Gilby just a little bit.
Yeah, there was a certain creature that looked very similar to some of the Ghibli stuff.
Yeah. No, just
like
just,
I
it looks like
imagine
it's watercolors too. It looks like it has a watercolor for the style.
it might be published by Devolver Digital, Nomada. They did Gris, which I remember getting, but I probably didn't play it like an idiot, so I need to play that one. But yeah, Neva actually has like a prologue. They've got digital artwork. But yeah, I thought this was fantastic. And so, yeah.
Someone's let off too many fireworks. I guess someone got too excited.
But yes, Neva. And it's on sale right now for less than $10. 50% off.
Oh, wow. All right. Yes. Neva. Okay, so do you remember the intro for the 4th of July edition?
I think so, yeah. Which part of it?
Because there was some Assassin's Creed clips, but you also saw some first-person Revolutionary War in there.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's my game. It's a 2-for-1 deal for you guys. Because, it's the Independence Day, right? It's called Hold Fast Nations at War. Now, this is the American Revolution version of it, okay? It's a DLC. And the DLC, free. Okay?
Ooh.
All right? But basically, you could do first-person, third-person role-play shooter set in the American War. It's obviously PvP, right? I don't use PvP. Right? It's online, MMO, download content, Steam achievements. But I also didn't see any EULAs or DRMs, okay?
That is nice.
Best EA Graduates 2020. This came out 6 years ago.
Damn.
Right? So, but here's the game you have to get. Hold Fast Nations at War, right? But as you can see here, it's kind of like Call of Duty, but with muskets, right?
Ooh.
You can you have first-person shooters set during the Great Napoleonic era in World War One. So different war eras. See?
Ooh. Flintlocks are always interesting.
Mm-hmm.
There was a Half-Life 2 mod that did flintlocks, and we laughed all the time because if you miss your shot, you better pull your knife or your sword out because it's going to take you like 15 seconds to reload that thing.
Yep.
This looks good though, and the fact that it's PvP and you get a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. And it's on sale now for $9, 50% off. That means you have enough money. You might have enough money to get the standard edition of GTA 6 if you really want it. But I'll be honest, you really want to get GTA 6, which you can get this. Or for the same amount of price of $60, you can get the entire Hold Fast Ultimate Edition with all the DLCs. 28% off.
Yep.
Just put it out there.
You get the complete experience of Hold Fast for $60, or the complete edition of GTA 6 for $100.
They even like a Pirates edition. Where you get the card left to eat. All kinds of cool stuff. Like sales. Like I haven't looked too much into it. I discovered this when I was trying to find. I typed in Revolutionary War gameplay tips because I was hoping not for a whole bunch of Ubisoft, and this showed up. I was like, "Oh yeah, this is gonna be fun." Like I don't usually play PvP, but I might actually play with a squad of friends with this if we could have like a private server, just to play this game because I love these history type games, and it was kind of like if you want to. if you want to play you thought your friends into it, right, and you want to play games for 4th of July to doing fireworks, why not be an American?
Yep.
Or you could be a redcoat. You know, you could call it Sony versus gamers. You know what? If we actually could get enough people into it, like a full on kind of like the private service for Halo, we for 4th of July tomorrow, we should definitely do it Sony versus gamers, and the Sony would be the red coats, the gamers would be the blue coats.
No one would want to be Sony.
I'll be Sony. I'll be evil. I'm already in my villain arc. I never left it.
That's
I never
true.
even started. I just woke up, and one day I just woke up, you know, with blood on my face, and someone told me I was a monster, and I was like, okay, I guess I'm a monster. Fine.
Oof, Scaly again with the historic blanket.
The irony is they do have Native Americans in here in the game, so there's your diversity too. But yeah,
good.
no, that's my thing. I like the achievements. It has controllers, MMO PvP, not much money. I don't know if their views, Anvil Games views. I've never heard of them before until now. So I think they're indie / AA. But yeah, I mean, look at all that.
Oh, they did Frontlines. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of Frontlines.
They did Frontlines. Yeah. So
excellent.
I would say indie to AA is what I'm saying. I never heard of them before. I haven't done much research. I just saw them one time. And I was like, yeah, that's gonna be my 4th of July pick. Because 4th of July, dude. I wonder if they have a Boston Tea Party map. That'd be kind of hilarious.
Maybe.
You kind of have to if you're gonna do this, but we'll see, right? But that's my thing for now. But Karis, what you got going on? Where people can find you?
You can.
And what you got? And also, what you got going on tomorrow for 4th of July?
4th of July, not streaming anything. I will be going to. There's a lake in town that they'll be firing off some fireworks. So Tara and I are probably going to walk there because it is in walking distance in the evening. Might do some gaming in the afternoon because obviously fireworks are intended to be launched at night. I'm looking at the camera; it's still fucking daylight. But yeah, I might play something during the day. But yep, in the evening, we're going to be going watching the explosions. Hopefully none of them actually hit us. I'm bringing back demo streams. I really miss that. I'm looking at my Steam right now, and I have so many damn demos that I've never touched because I wanted to experience them for the first time. And now that I have a format for videos, I can do streams where I just go and have some fun in some demos for a while. So that's what I got coming up next week. Because I will be home. I think I'm going to be home next week. Yeah. So that's what I got going on.
Yeah, awesome. By the way, I almost forgot. Alan Jones, I modded you over on Kick. You can test and abuse your powers over there now if you wish.
Ban me.
I don't even know if I have you on Kick. I have to find out. I didn't even check if you were on Kick or not. Or Dash, for that matter. I know he's on Kick, but I didn't check if I modded him. It's probably too late now. But yeah, to be fair though, I had an I'm not sure when I Kick and Bark. I might have it again since they want to support Sony. That was. I mean, they didn't blatantly say it, but the fact they said Asmongold spitting facts about physical media, I'm like, he just defended Sony. I have questions about your platform now.
He spit a fact. That's about it.
A fact.
There's no plurals in what Asmongold said. He spit a single fact as like a crumb that fell out while spitting bullshit out of his mouth. Yeah. That's what happened.
Yeah, and there he is, everybody, over on Z Kicks. So my mods have reach, unlike me. Anyways. For me, 4th of July, I usually do not have. I don't have a lot of problems with 4th of July, but I have a kid, right? So we're gonna go see the Minions movie. He wanted to do Roman candles, but we couldn't get. They sold out of Roman candles, and as hot as here it is in Texas, That's on me because I didn't have a nice, cool place to put it because I didn't want to bring it inside.
Why not?
I'm an artilleryman. There's no way I'm going to put gunpowder inside my house like that.
Yeah, contains confined space.
Especially since I'm a smoker.
Mm.
You know, I just don't want to risk a Murphy's Law incident that I did not think of. So I didn't have a nice, cool place in the garage that was at least well ventilated. Like, I'm worse than a fire marshal when it comes to fireworks because I used to be in artillery. Like things you'd be like, oh, you're being over ridiculous until I tell you the science of it. It's like, I can see why you're concerned. Yeah, because I didn't think about it either. I just don't tell people how to dictate what they do with their fireworks. It's their house, their garage. I don't care. Me, I want to make sure I don't have that problem, especially after an artillery shell last year blew up inside of the thing. Like, I had everything right, but the thing was faulty. So instead of shooting out like those ones that go shoo and make those big cauliflower things, those one shots, it blew up inside the thing. Prematurely, might I add. Prematurely.
Premature
I'm walking
detonation.
away. I'm like sprinting away quickly before it could blow off, right? It blows up and I see green sparks just flying around behind me. I'm literally starting to see Iraq. Oof. I walk away. My buddy was with me that whole time, right? And he's laughing about it. I go smoke a cigarette because I nearly had full-blown PTSD reaction to this thing. I come back and he says, your shirt is totaled, dude. You look like you got shot with a shotgun. I was like, what? I look back and sure enough, I was in so much shock with everything. I didn't even feel the burns. My back, when I took that shirt off, looked like my shirt looked like Swiss cheese. My back looked like I got shot with a beanbag shotgun.
So you actually got hit with shrapnel. Wow.
Yeah, it didn't hurt. I mean, like severely. I didn't get like 3rd-degree burns or anything, but because I was in shock from the whole anxiety of the situation, all the adrenaline, I did not feel myself get peppered. I was okay. The next day, I was like, my reaction when I saw it in the mirror, I was like, oh, this is gonna hurt tomorrow. That was my reaction, and sure enough, it did. It felt like sunburn.
Damn.
I felt good. He's like, you should go to the hospital. I was like, nah, and I still feel fine. I didn't have to go to the hospital, but
fireworks, they're risky.
Yeah, fireworks are risky. Be safe. Don't be a jackass. And I was still being safe, and it still happened. But no, so we're probably not shooting fireworks because I was like, we're gonna do Roman candles instead. I need to break from the artillery shells. But the store was sold out, and they're shut down tomorrow. So I'm like, oh, that sucks. Because I was like, I'll come by later after, because like we had to get back here for Dragoncast in time. So I had 15 minutes to get back in time. Not that far away, like a 2-minute drive away. But I was like, oh, that's fine. So we're gonna see the Minions movie. I might stream tomorrow. Not sure. My son goes to see his mom, so maybe Monday I might not be out because I have not seen a bar in years. I kind of just want to go out and socialize at a bar for a little bit. I haven't like just been out and been an adult for a while. So there's that.
Do it.
But yeah, other than that, I'm trying to get back in the swing of things streaming. But you might see me in the VCs tonight and tomorrow. And yeah, keep the fight up, dudes. We got a lot of people going. So happy gaming, and hopefully Hitaru cooks well and doesn't point carrots. We'll find out tomorrow.
You're still here. What? You thought there'd be a post-credit scene or something? This isn't a Disney movie. Show's over. Go get some sleep. Play a video game. Watch another YouTube video. I gotta take care of the Dragon Wing and possibly get some sleep myself. Goodbye all, and thanks for watching. And happy gaming.